As soon as Alderman Bolton and Alderman Hayes get settled here. The time is now 5:03 p.m. We're going to call to order the Finance and Purchasing Committee meeting for Monday, October 16th, 2023. Can I have a roll call, please?
Alderman Bolton. Alderman Newsom.
Present.
Alderman Florian.
Present.
Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
Item C, can I get approval of the minutes from September 18th, 2023?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Florian, second.
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Bolton. Are there any questions to the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Can I get a motion to seat Alderman Guzman?
So moved. I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item D, is there public comment? Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak on anything that's on the agenda for tonight? Being none, we'll move on to new business. Item 2. A, determination of proposed aggregate tax levy for tax year 2023 in the amount of $33,980,987 and the total levy of $37,270,387 inclusive of debt service. Pursuant, can I get a
So moved.
Seconded.
motion by Alderman Florian? Second by Alderman Hayes. Pursuant to the Truth in Taxation Act 35 ILCS 200/18-55, the city must estimate and make a determination of its proposed aggregate tax levy not less than 20 days before it adopts the tax levy by ordinance. The City Council is expected to take final action to adopt a tax levy for the 2023 tax levy at the November 6, 2023 City Council meeting. I will add that this is the same exact amount as we, in dollars, that we levied last year for the 2022, 2023 tax year. Are there any questions?
I do. Or Alderman Florian, go ahead.
Alderman Florian?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of raising taxes. You know, I've always voted against that. But my concern is our fire and police pension debt continues to sit there and
go up.
And go up, yes. And so I know we've talked about this, and you and I, Don, personally have talked about it. We've talked about it up here on the dais, but I'd just like maybe for you to address that a little bit about what the long-term plan is to address. It's $270 million, I believe, at this point.
On an annual basis, we contract with MWM Consulting to do an actual evaluation of our police and firefighters' pension funds. They do the analysis, and they tell us the level at which we should levy a tax sufficient by statute, and by statute to meet 90% funding by the year 2041. Traditionally, the city has levied the minimum by statute. This year, we're going above the minimum, and we're levying an amount sufficient to avoid any negative funding. In addition to the levy, we put all of the video gaming tax, 50% to the firefighters' pension, 50% to the police pension, and it's estimated to bring in about 1.5 million. It's another 750,000 to both those pension plans. So we're doing the best we can to not only fund it by the level the actuary tells us, but at a level even greater than that. We can expect our requirement for levy certainly to go up every year, not down. And we just have to keep following the actuary. Anyone have any questions on the pension? No?
Alderman Guzman?
So my understanding, it's the same thing as last year, no tax increase for the city of Waukegan and part of for the city of Waukegan. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. We will not be raising taxes.
The city's portion, but that doesn't mean that your tax bill might still go up by the other taxing bodies that
Correct.
tax. Yeah,
Correct.
Based
but-
on your valuation of your home.
yes,
Correct.
yes.
That's
But-
other entities that have the tax body that could raise your taxes, but I'm at the city of Waukegan. I'm worried about the city of Waukegan, so we are not raising taxes for the city of Waukegan.
We're using the same dollar amount as last year. Are we,
And the same dollar amount as the year before that. And the
I
same
think
dollar amount as
a
4
year
out of the last
I
5
think
years.
3 years in a row now, right?
It's 3 years in a row,
Yep.
and 4 out of the last 5.
Yes.
okay, is there a roll call on this, or I know we're not doing anything till November 6th.
Thank you. I remember that now. You told me that, but I couldn't remember. The action that the full city council needs to take tonight is a motion to make a determination of the levy. That's the language that the statute uses. You don't have to pass a resolution or an ordinance. So for this committee, it would be appropriate for you to recommend whether to make the determination or not.
And I have a motion on the floor by Alderman Florian and Alderman Hayes to recommend the same dollar amount as the last 3 years. Can I get a roll call, please?
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Guzman,
Aye.
Alderman Newsom,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item B, resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I-1 sole source and approving the purchase of police equipment from Axon Enterprises in the amount not to exceed $148,613.03. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
I second.
Motion by Alderman Hayes, second by Alderman Bolton. The Waukegan Police Department is seeking the approval for the purchase of equipment from Axon Enterprises for the Police Department Co-Responder Unit. The equipment to be purchased is the same equipment that the Police Department utilizes now for its officers. The Police Department wishes to purchase 7 body-for-body cameras, including hardware, 4 Taser 10 tasers, including hardware, and 3 3 license plate reader camera systems. This is for a 5-year, contract with Axon to match our current contract totaling $148,613.02, which will be paid for out of funds budgeted for the co-responder program. These funds are reimbursed at 100% by the co-responder grant. Are there any questions?
I do.
Alderman Guzman.
I'm not too fond of the waiving competitive bidding, so can the deputy chief come up here, please? Thank you. Is there any way, I mean, we've done this a bunch of times for vehicles, we've done this for a lot of stuff. Is there any way next year we can, like, forward think this and instead of waiving, we can actually look into more competitors? I know some of this equipment is only done by one company, but,
Yeah, all of this is sole source. None of this is made by anybody else.
okay. Okay. So does the language have to be saying that we're waiving competitive bidding, or can it just be a different language?
That's why they put in their sole source. That's why we're waiving it. Nobody else makes it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, actually, and this is an important point Alderman Guzman is raising. So when something is sole source, we're not actually waiving competitive bidding. That is a defined exception to our competitive bidding requirements. So I would have to pull up what we did on the resolution, but usually for sole source, it is just defined as an exception. It doesn't, it's not actually, we don't have to waive it because you cannot get it from anyone else.
Exactly, and that's why I want the language changed.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton?
Aye.
Alderman Newsom?
Aye.
Alderman Guzman?
Aye.
Alderman Florian?
Aye.
Alderman Hayes?
Aye.
Motion carried. Aye. Resolution approving acceptance of a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership. City staff, the Waukegan Police Department is seeking the approval to accept a 2023 Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Award. The grant provides 50% reimbursement for officers issued ballistic vests purchased between October 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2025, up to $44,625. Initial purchasing will be made from the Asset Forfeiture Fund, with the 50% reimbursement being allocated back to the Asset Forfeiture Fund upon receipt from the BJA. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bolton, second by Alderman Florian. Are there any questions? Can you get a roll call, please?
Alderman Bolton?
Aye.
Alderman Guzman?
Aye.
Alderman Newsom?
Aye.
Alderman Florian?
Aye.
Alderman Hayes?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item D, resolution authorizing the procurement of commodities, maintenance, and professional services from Harris Corporation for the Enterprise Resource Program in the amount of $212,000. The City of Waukegan has partnered with Harris Corporation for our Enterprise Resource Planning ERP since the mid-1990s. The city uses Harris Kenyatta products, including customer service, CIS, for water usage and billing, cashiering and customer management, as well as financial management, for general ledger, accounting, budget, purchasing, accounts payable, time entry, and personnel. The city is currently on version 9.0 in Kenyatta after completing a comprehensive upgrade in 2021 and needs to upgrade to version 9.2 to meet cybersecurity requirements. Through our relationship with Harris, the city also uses Kenyatta management systems for database administration and security, as well as Cognos for report and utility bill generation. Through this ERP system, the city manages over 21,000 water accounts, including residential, commercial, industrial, and wholesale customers, handles payroll for 454 full-time and seasonal employees, covered by 9 different collective bargaining agreements and processes approximately 300,000 vendor invoices annually. The system interfaces successfully with third-party solutions, including our water bill lockbox provider, water bill printer, timekeeping system, Time Clock Plus, used by the water plant, Public Works, Fire Department, Emergency Dispatch, and City Hall, as well as visual computer systems, solutions used by the Police Department. The attached 4-year renewal is for the upgrade to the cybersecurity compliant version, support and maintenance. Also recommended is in addition to CIS, FMS, and CMS maintenance and licensing rates included in the agreement, an allowance of $212,000 for as needed work orders for integration of other city systems be included as well. Can I get a motion?
So moved. I second.
Motion by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Bolton. And in there, it has the different amounts for each year, fiscal year to fiscal year 2027. Are there any questions to this motion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Guzman,
Aye.
Alderman Newsom,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 3, reports and communications. Did anyone want Don to go briefly over these? I know we have our little sheet on the side, and we have all our reports as well. Does anyone have any questions regarding the reports?
I don't really have any questions, but I would like to point out that, yeah, again, we're consistently revenue higher than expenses, which is awesome. I commend every department in the city that's paying attention to what they're spending and what's going on, and we continue to be able to meet our budgets and actually exceed expectations. So thank you to all of you who work so hard to make that happen.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton, second by
Second.
Alderman Hayes. Alderman Hayes to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're adjourned at 5:20 PM. Exactly what
The City of Waukegan City Council Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Felix.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Present.
Thank you. May I have a motion, excuse me, a motion to approve the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee minutes of September 18th, 2023 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Alderman, was that Alderman Bolton? Newsom. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Second.
And second by Alderman Felix. We take a roll call on this one, or all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. All right, moving on. Item C, is there anyone in the audience who would like to make comment or question regards any item on the agenda for this committee meeting? There being none, we'll move on to old business. There being none, we'll move on to new business. I'd like to ask for a motion for a resolution approving the purchase of a 2023 Ford F-450 truck from Kunis Auto Group for an amount not to exceed $86,957.26 per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 7, good faith waiver.
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom,
Second.
second by Alderman Martinez. Are there any questions or comments on this motion? There being none, I'd like a roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item B, if it be your pleasure, I would like a motion for a resolution approving the purchase of a 2022 Ford F-450 truck from Kunis Auto Group for an amount not to exceed $96,037.26 per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 7. This is a good faith waiver again. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom,
Second.
second by Alderman Felix. Questions or comments on this motion?
I have a question, and this is kind of for the other one too. So these are already part of the budget, right? And what budget? This coming out of the Public Works
Yes.
Yes,
budget?
the
Yeah.
Public Works vehicles budget.
Okay. And it's where this is already budgeted for, right? This is why we're wanting to make sure we buy these vehicles.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, item C, like a motion for a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Baxter and Woodman for Phase 2 design engineering services for Greenwood Avenue Bridge per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 4, professional services for an amount not to exceed $345,563. May I have a motion?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton, second by Alderman Martinez. Questions? No questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item D, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving change order number 1 with Baxter and Woodman for design engineering services for Phase 1 and Phase 2 for an amount not to exceed $31,713, or correction, $717. Public Works is requesting permission to approve this change order with Baxter and Woodman for design engineering Phase 1 and 2 for an amount of $31,717. The change order needed will complete final Phase 2 engineering on 2 street segments that will be bid next year with STP funding. The funding is available, so the design needs to be completed before letting the bid. City Council approved the original amount of $97,000 on January 18th of 2022. The change order will now bring the new total to $128,717. Are there any questions here?
What's the, can you explain to why the change? Is it to, well, it says it on it to complete, right? But why is it different now, like, than the original budget? What changed?
Jesus, if you could come up. Our engineer come up and explain to you.
Good evening, council members. The reason for the change order is that we need to finalize our second part of the rounds for our grant-funded projects next year for resurfacing. The original contract did a preliminary, meaning it'll only push us up to the beginning of Phase 2, but not completed. And that was done in order to maximize the consultant's time and our time in case we were not awarded the grant. But since we were awarded actually 4 roads, we're constructing 2 now, and the change orders for next year for the other 2, which is North Avenue and Sheridan Road. So this is just to finalize the contract with Baxter and Woodman in order to get the final documents to IDOT and have those approved.
Thank you.
What portion of North Avenue is this pertain to?
Between Julian and Greenwood.
Great, thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, roll call, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Who made the motion in second? I'm sorry. May I have a motion and a second? You'll move it. Martinez moves,
Second.
and Felix seconds. Thank you both. All right, let's have a roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item E, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving the award of the water plant elevator replacement RFP, request for proposal, to Lakeland Elevator for a not-to-exceed amount of $749,797. The water plant had a bid opening on October 2nd of 2023 for the water plant elevator replacement. There was one bidder. The water plant is asking for city council approval to award to the sole bidder, Lakeland Elevator, for the project for a not-to-exceed amount of $749,797.
So move.
Alderman
second.
Newsom and Alderman Bolton in that order, first and second. Any questions on this motion? All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a professional services agreement which is anticipated to end in April of 2027 with Baxter and Woodman for per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 4, professional services for the SCADA or SCADA, SCADA upgrades and MCC project for water for a not to exceed amount of $418,500.
So moved.
Chris, why don't you give us a little, I'm sorry, let's take the motion. Motion by Newsom,
Second.
second by Bolton. Chris, why don't you give us a little explanation here?
Antonio. Antonio, can you please come up?
So can you tell us
Good
about
evening.
what the SCADA upgrade, am I saying that right?
SCADA, yeah.
SCADA upgrades are and what the MCC project is?
It's all the electrical down at the water plant, the electrical master control center. Basically, that's all the electrical coming into the water plant. That's tied into these PLC cabinets that run our software for our water plant. Yeah, the SCADA is the software.
SCADA is the software,
Yeah,
and you need the electrical upgrades
correct.
to manage or to run the equipment
Yes,
that
because
SCADA manages.
yes, because the equipment is really old, the electrical equipment,
Okay.
and there has to be new electrical equipment when the new PLC SCADA or equipment's.
Okay, and what is the MCC project?
That's all the electrical coming into the water plant?
That is
Yes.
the project. I get it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item G. I'd like a motion for an ordinance amending the Waukegan Code of Ordinances regarding the Waukegan Municipal Beach. The Lakefront Coordinator recommends that the City Council, adopt an ordinance amending the Waukegan Code of Ordinances regarding the Waukegan Municipal Beach, and staff recommends amendments to Chapter 11, Article 4, entitled Waukegan Municipal Beach, which governs beach hours, rules, and parking as follows. Section 11-41. Beach hours amended to read dawn to dusk to grant visitors legal access to the beach for sunrise and sunset viewing and photography. This change will also enable the Waukegan Police Department to clear the beach upon darkness, which time of day varies throughout the year. The Oxford English Dictionary defines dawn and dusk as follows. Dawn, the first appearance of light in the sky before sunrise, or the time when it appears, the beginning of daylight or daybreak. Dusk, the point or period in the evening when most daylight has faded but before it is fully dark, the latter part of twilight. Does anyone have any questions on that specific section as I just read?
Yeah. Why was it changed? Like, are there any potential issues in terms of?
Well, as it says, it allows the police to close it at any, so let's
Whenever
say
it's
it's
dark.
dawn at 4:15 or 5:15 today, but 6:15 tomorrow, right? And it's dusk at 5 p.m. today, but 6:30 tomorrow. So they can't say, instead of saying we'll close the beach at 5 o'clock every day, we'll say it dusk. Whenever it starts getting dark, that's when the beach will close. That way you have a.
Okay. And what was it before?
Yeah. Pardon me?
What was it before? Like, what was it?
I think it was 8 p.m. Chief, Deputy Chief, anybody? Oh, there she is. I'm sorry, Lisa, I didn't see you out there. Correct, Mrs. May.
Good evening, Council. It's, the current hours are 6 a.m. till 9 p.m.
And what issues are we trying to? But besides having the ability to just I'll let people know to disperse what other issues are we tackling with this change.
So we have a decent amount of residents that like to come for sunrise. We have a lot of sunrise photographers, and quite often sunrise is long before 6 a.m. And quite frankly, the half hour before sunrise is the best. And then at this time of year, there's no need for the beach to be open till 9 p.m. It's very dark by 8:30. So this allows the police to legally follow the guidelines in our ordinance and clear the beach when it gets dark so that people aren't lingering till 9 p.m. because the ordinance says they can.
And is there a lot of people still hanging out at around that time late right now, or?
I don't believe so. It's just, there were other issues in the ordinance that we wanted to clean up, so we figured while we were in there, I collaborated with the neighborhood policing unit, and we worked on certain issues that we felt needed to be cleaned up in the ordinance.
Hi, Lisa, I have a question for you.
Sure.
How would the general public know? I'm sure there'll be signage, right? How would that be posted, and would it be in bilingual? Because, you're just talking about dusk to dawn. Just want to make sure that they get the correct information out there, and also that it is visible when they first come in.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll change the signage to read dawn to dusk.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, anything else on that specific portion? We're not finished yet.
No.
Is there anything else on this?
Yes, I'm not on this committee, but, okay, so why not specify?
Wait, sir.
Okay.
Committee? Yeah, thank you. All right, any other questions from committee members regards this specific portion of the ordinance?
No, thank you. The question I had was Alderman Felix answered.
Okay, great, thank you.
He asked.
All right, so the next section is 11-42. The Waukegan Police Department receives many complaints from visitors regarding motorized watercraft from coming ashore and endangering swimmers. This amendment seeks to clarify the existing rules. In section 11-44, the proposed amendment seeks to increase the parking fee from, before we move on, what is it that we're clarifying under 11-42? It just says seeks to clarify the existing rules, but it doesn't say what the rules are. I don't have any notes on it.
So regarding the motorized watercraft, I did provide a red line version in your packet. We're just being more specific about the signs that are posted on North Beach because our police officers have to, they do their best to enforce that the jet skiers aren't coming in between the swimmers on North Beach. And when they try to enforce, sometimes they get a little pushback from the people who drive the jet skis. And so we improved the signage at the end of the season, brought the signs closer to the shore, and then we're just trying to help the police officers with enforcement of the rule that already exists, just by being more specific on the placement of the signs.
Great, thank you, ma'am. And corporate counsel did provide me with a copy. I'll read it here for the record. The change will read as follows. No motorized watercraft are allowed to enter the public swimming area adjacent to the main swimming beach, known as South Beach. No motorized watercraft are allowed to land on the beach except on North Beach, in the area north of the designated marker placed due east of the beach entrance gate on Seahorse Drive. Is that captured? That's it.
We're just trying to be very specific.
I get it. Okay, and I like it. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
Oh, I have a question. In terms of the same thing with the hours, which I understand that is it compared to other cities? What do other cities do like for the night? Do they do this similar kind of operations in terms of how we're proposing?
Beaches? Are you referring? I'm sorry, Alderman.
Other beaches, yeah, other beaches. How do they handle the time?
For the closing of the beach? I think there's many beaches that close up on the North Shore that actually close earlier. Most beaches in the North Shore area are more restrictive than our beach when it comes to allowing non-residents or just general visitors on their shores. So you'll be hard pressed unless you're a resident of Lake Forest or Lake Bluff or Highland Park to even access their beach, let alone for sunrise or sunset. So I think dawn to dusk is very common when you go all the way around the lake. when people are trying to make their communities lakefront-oriented, lakefront tourism-oriented. The people who are there at sunset and sunrise are typically there for, for photography, to enjoy the nature. But of course, there's always the mix of the people who are there to party, so.
Oh, yeah, and you said in terms of people, so if someone were to want to like start like do some kind of business downtown, in the beach,
An
has
event?
that been thought of?
You mean like an event?
Not an event, like maybe like a restaurant or a bar or anything like that?
Then that doesn't pertain here. That would go through
No,
planning
no.
and zoning and licensing and all that. That's
I'm
not
talking about
relevant.
the beach being open for those.
Yeah, they would have to go and get a license and say, I want to do business down there from these hours to those hours, and that would all be part of that process.
Oh, and well, the reason my question is so if we close it down, I'm just asking. I mean, I just want to make sure I'm informed, so if someone were to let's say start a business there, they have like a nightlife type of thing, mainly in the summer, I would say, and residents want to go visit this restaurant in the beach or whatever, hypothetically, right? Would this affect them like, okay, once it's dark, they can't go?
So right now, there's no facility available for a bar or restaurant at Waukegan Municipal Beach. We have a vendor program that we started for mobile vendors, and we ask the vendors to close down a half hour before the beach closes, so they can get cleaned up and get out. So right now, alcohol isn't even allowed anywhere at the beach. We all know that, judging by the garbage, there's plenty of people drinking at the beach, but we have no liquor licenses available at the beach, and right now we don't have a facility to put that kind of a business. So if the city were to develop a property where a business could inhabit down at Waukegan Municipal Beach, we would be back up here discussing the ordinance again, I'm sure.
Right. Okay. I just want. And how about for people like that want to walk at night, like let's take a night stroll.
Beach is closed.
What was that?
Beach is closed at dusk.
So they can't, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I wanted to ask. Like, well, so it wouldn't be available.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
So reflective listening, we are saying that they have to operate within those parameters of time. And there could be no before, after those hours, right?
So there allows for in the special events section of the city ordinances, if there's in the beach ordinance, if there's a special event, say at Steiner Pavilion, like the Tuesday night concert, that sometimes people linger beyond dusk, and dusk is a period of time after sunset, so dusk refers to when it's completely dark. When there's a special event, there is a caveat in the art ordinance that allows that. If the city is allowing a special event, that is allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now I'd like to continue with this discussion on the item we're on, all right? 1142, this regards the motorized watercraft. Are there any questions about the amendment regarding motorized watercraft? No? Okay, great, thank you. All right, section 1144, the proposed amendment seeks to increase the parking fee charged on weekends and holidays to vehicles that do not display a current city sticker from $10 to $20 on weekends and from $10 to $30 on official holidays. The parking fee does not apply to Waukegan residents displaying a current city sticker. The amendment also clarifies the rule for trailer parking, designating specific parking spaces in order to control use of public lots. The amendment also includes veterans on the list of parking fee waivers. And may I have a motion? No, Craig, wait, I'm sorry, excuse me, there's another paragraph. Gate revenues are shown on the following pages: 47.5% increase in parking pass revenue for non-resident weekend attendance year over year from 2022 to 2023. On the 4th of July, police personnel counted 192 city stickers, with 1,075 parking passes sold. Anecdotally, the police staff working the beach estimate that during Labor Day weekend, about 1 in 20 cars was a Waukegan resident displaying a city sticker, a pattern noticed throughout the season. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Predominantly and by far, those going down to the beach do not have city stickers. Right now, first, before we go on, is there a
So moved.
motion on the overall resolution?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Newsom,
I second.
and second by Bolton. Okay, now, questions and comments. Overall, anything. Alderman Bolton?
Yes, what is the reason for the dramatic increase there?
So I wouldn't call the increase, I mean, it is a 50% increase. I mean, the fee used to be $20 years ago. We have noticed, and I do have members of the neighborhood police unit with me here today because they are very familiar with the operations at the beach. The way we see it is the beach has become very crowded. The city of Waukegan residents pay for the taxes for this city, and they're basically paying for outside people to come in, non-residents come in to use our beach. When you do the comparison to other communities, we are still far less expensive than, say, Lake Forest, Highland Park, Lake Bluff. Yes, Illinois Beach State Park is free, and people are welcome to go, but our beach is sandy, it's not rocky, people prefer our beach. So we are dealing with larger crowds than we've ever had in years previously. We're dealing with great amounts of garbage, the higher need for enforcement during the week, for police enforcement, which is overtime for our police department during the weeknights. It's just, we feel that this will, people will pay it. We have a lot of people who come to kiteboard from Cook County. We can certainly, the police Officer Luca or Sergeant Villalobos would be happy to come up here. They talk to the people who are on the beaches. Most of the people are not coming from Waukegan. We instituted the beach wheelchair program this summer. The entire beach wheelchair program log is all non-residents. There wasn't a single Waukegan family that rented, it's a free rental, borrowed our wheelchairs. Everyone's from out of city. So it's become a destination for non-residents, and we just feel it's valuable. It's worth the value. I think Sergeant Villalobos had, it's $25 per head to walk in to some of our North Shore beaches. You can't even get parking at some of the other North Shore beaches. People have discovered us. We feel they're willing to pay. Our residents, I think, are staying away from the beach on our holidays. We've had lines up to McDonald's on 4 different occasions this summer, and our residents just don't come because there's nowhere to park. It's overcrowded. So we feel that we could, get more funding for our operations down there, and perhaps it's a way to get more of our residents to come back to the beach.
Thank you. I was not aware of all those dynamics. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to make a comment. So actually it's a revenue maker because we're bringing people to our city. They're taking advantage of our facilities. To me, it's a long time coming. We get all kinds of people that are from Waukegan. So, something like that we should embrace, right? And if they're taking advantage of our facilities, then why not take advantage of it? It's a great revenue maker, and everyone wins. So I agree with it. So, thank you.
Alderman Newsom, you want to make a comment?
No, I was just, could possibly help us get some bathrooms down there, too.
We're working on it. But we're always going to need the porta potties because there's like 20 porta potties and they're serviced 3 days a week, and they're expensive and they're used. They're used.
Right. I just want to, I often take the devil's advocate position on this, and just want to remind everyone that we often talk about the desire to create or transform Waukegan into a destination point, and we're seeing the success of that, obviously. So I don't think we want to go too overboard with increasing fees just because we can, and just because people aren't from Waukegan. I get it, it's Waukegan's beach, but it is open to the public. That being said, roll call, please.
Oh, I just want to make a comment too.
All right. It's your award, sir.
So I do think that maybe we might be here in the future, retalking the amounts, but right now it's perfect time to increase it. Like you said, if the demand is high, bring it up, and so I applaud for catching this opportunity when you see this flow of people coming into Waukegan.
Hey, one other thing before we move on, for the deputy chief, what would be the impact or possibility if we allowed parking along Seahorse Drive? Lisa mentioned that it was backed up, the line was backed up to McDonald's or something. So, does that make sense, Chief? What I'm asking?
I mean, we'd have to look and see, I guess we'd have to do a study to see how wide the road is and then determine from there, because depending on how we would park them, it may create another problem with traffic flow. So, I don't know off the top of my head, but we'd have to go in, measure the road, see how feasible that is. I know that some of that property we own is there, possibly pushing it back or putting another parking lot. I mean, there are a lot of options, I think, opposed to maybe parking on the road. If you go on the other side, as you come into the beach and go right, if you go left, I know we own all that property, maybe develop a parking lot there. It's a possibility, but on the road, I don't think would be too feasible because of the narrowness of the road.
You're probably right, sir. And that's an idea, something we might want to look at, is how we can grow our parking lots down there. Another thing, as Deputy Chief was speaking, I thought, what might be the benefit of some kind of shuttle? So they're using remote parking and we're shuttling down to the beach.
I do like that idea, the shuttle idea, Alderman Turner, that we have talked about that as a possibility for holiday days. As far as developing parking lots, so during the week, it's a much different scenario, Monday through Friday, than it is on the weekends, because people have jobs and they're at work. But the thing to keep in mind is that the OMC property that Deputy Chief refers to, the OMC property is a development site, a future development site for the city of Waukegan. So I don't know if the community or the council has an appetite for more parking lots when it's an actual development parcel, as well as the coke plant site, the grassy area that is just adjacent to the gravel lot and the gravel lot. Those are all development sites for the city of Waukegan that will be soon marketed to the public for development. And in our master plan, which we still follow, and in our beach management plan, lakefront active implementation plan, all the plans that we follow call for residential with some small, like recreational, commercial on those properties. So as far as parking lots, I'm not sure what the appetite is for, among the city council for that type of development.
Yeah, I wasn't envisioning a parking lot per se, like asphalt and all, but just allowing parking in those areas. But
So I believe the EPA, at this time, I don't think that that's feasible, because I know that we're working currently with the new project managers at the EPA on these sites for soil management plans. So at this point, I don't believe that that's even an option. We're not allowed to put anything into the ground, even on the coke plant site that's not fenced. But the other site that's further north, that's not even an option right now.
okay, thank you very much, ma'am. All right, I'm always impressed by the knowledge and professionalism of our staff, all included. All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bowden.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Nothing else on the agenda. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Bolton, second by Alderman Newsom. All in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
All opposed? None. Motion passes. We are adjourned at 5:58.5 p.m.
Special Government Operations and Oversight Committee to order on Monday, October 16th, 2023 at 5:59. Roll call, please.
Alderperson Florian,
Present.
Alderperson Bolton, Alderperson Newsom, Alderperson Felix,
Present.
Alderperson Martinez.
Present.
We have a quorum, correct? So we can seat them when they come back? Okay. Item C, public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make any public comment about anything on tonight's agenda for the Government Operations and Oversight Committee? Hearing none. Item D, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the Government Operations and Oversight Committee meeting held on October 2nd, 2023?
Also move.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Okay. Can I get a motion to seat Alderwoman Bolton?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And same, here comes Alderman Newsom. So can I get a motion to seat Alderman Newsom?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's move on to new business, number 2. Item A, I need a motion and a second for a resolution accepting and approving the City of Waukegan Strategic Plan and Goal Development Report 2023.
So move.
Motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Are we going to have a presentation, actually?
Yes,
Okay,
we actually
sorry.
will have a presentation. We have Dr. Greg Kuhn and Professor James Norris. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'm Greg Kuhn, and I am joined today by my colleague Jim Norris from the university. We're from Northern Illinois University's Center for Governmental Studies, and we've had the opportunity to work with the city and the city's strategic planning committee over the last several months to develop a strategic plan. And tonight, with your permission, we'd like to just review highlights of the process and the results, if we may. So if I could proceed? Okay, thank you. Jim? I'm not sure how many members of the council or the public or members of the staff that weren't involved in the project, how familiar you are with the concept of strategic planning. But as some people at the university could tell you, I can teach an entire semester on this subject, and I will not ask you to endure all of that material. So let me just boil it down. Strategic planning is an organization's or leadership group's expression of the future. That's what it's about. So we take organizational leadership teams through discussions and exercises to try to imagine the future and then develop a set of goals that they'd like to accomplish. But no strategic plan is a direct, straight line set of tasks or accomplishments. The thing that made strategic planning strategic was taking into account what's going on around you. So we ran the group through some exercises along those lines too. Jim, if you could go to the next slide. Study this. This will be on the next quiz. This is a map of the strategic planning process from beginning to end. I won't read it all to you. This will be, it is in the report. But strategic planning is a cycle. And I think the comments just to introduce the topic about updating. We work with cities, counties, units of local government, nonprofits. Even in the university, we work with units within our own house, so to speak. And strategic planning is something that an organization should touch and look at and update, you know, whether it's every 2 years, 4 years, et cetera, but it should not be static. But the process, this model would indicate, is a series of conversations and a series of exercises taking a variety of things into account, resulting in a set of goals, then acting on those goals, and then starting the whole thing over again. Jim? We wanted to recognize and thank the city's strategic planning committee. These are the names of everyone that served, and there were a lot of people that were very active from this group, but also there were other members of the staff that helped us along the way. So we had a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different ideas, and it was not reserved just to this group. Jim, if you could go to the next slide. We also took in information from the community, and I'll show some of that, highlight some of that information. I mean, who participated in the next slide. But generally, if you look up on the screen right now, what you're seeing are the three primary parts and pieces of doing a strategic planning initiative with an organization. Before you start, like any good project, we have to have a kickoff. And so a lot of our work is built around what we call a leadership workshop or a leadership retreat. And but before that gets going, we spend time with the group to do a variety of things. First, we kind of get people into the game, so to speak. So we run them through a series of exercises, start to ask them to imagine the future. We also try to get a good feeling for what the organization and the community is like today. We collect a variety of background materials, and then we do stakeholder input. So stakeholders are people within the community that have an interest in what the city does as a government, as an organization, as both a representative and a leader of what happens in the community. Then after that stakeholder input work is completed, we bring that information back to the leadership workshop. During the leadership workshop, we look at the mission, we do some visioning, we look at stakeholder input, we do a SWOC analysis, SWOC. Previously, it was known as SWOT, SWOT analysis. That stands for strength, weakness, opportunities, and in this case, challenges. And then we develop goals. After the workshop, we do some goal refinement, some consolidation, et cetera. We asked the people that were involved in the process to rank the goals that were developed, and then we came back and we did some action planning with the group. Jim, if you could. So pre-workshop, we call this kind of our listening tour. We gather information, et cetera, and in this case, we conducted a series of focus groups, and we did also undertake one, what we call kind of a mini survey. So we worked with the Mayor's Intergovernmental Committee, frontline staff members from the city. We worked with the Training Group 2 within the city. We looked and worked with the Faith-Based Advisory Committee, and then the nonprofit agency panel. It was hard to get them scheduled, so we ended up doing a small survey with that group. So all these voices and ideas were part of the input process. Jim, next slide. So here's what we heard from all of that input from your stakeholders. The themes that emerged are up here on the slide. One was collaboration, and collaborate to address the socioeconomic challenges that are part of the community as it stands today and in the future, and trying to, continue to improve the quality of life and the circumstances for everybody in the community, business sector, and residents alike. Another theme that came up was promoting a safe and welcoming community. Next was develop and promote a unified vision. And this was an interesting finding from all these groups. They felt that a vision is important, but it's also one that everybody that can get behind and back, so being unified. That was an important element. The next one was to rebrand and make Waukegan a destination community. And it was all about, image and what happens here and the Waukegan of today, versus people's either conception or misconception about the city before, whatever it might be. And we hear this a lot. We work with municipalities, counties, other units of local government. Branding is a real thing because you're out there competing just like all the other units of local government. People ask the question, why Waukegan, whether it's for their business or to make it a place to live. And lastly, another theme that came from the focus groups was streamlining processes, becoming a more efficient and effective government as much as you can, and investing in the organization, because that is the machinery that makes things happen. Jim, if you could. So the strategic planning process, just briefly, we did a prep meeting. We talked about strategic planning, we did a little bit of scanning, and then we asked the group, this is one of our favorite questions, we're giving away all our secrets tonight. We asked people to say, what's one amazing thing that happened? And as you might imagine, for our team, the last few years, considering COVID and how it impacted everything that we all did, it was really, and it has been quite interesting to ask organizations to look back and say, what's an amazing thing that happened? And in some cases, it's a very specific thing. It might be transition from a position, someone that retired and was replaced. It may be a large program. It may be something that was postponed, or it may be something that people persevered and did despite all the uncertainty of COVID. So that was at the prep session, and then our leadership workshop. We look at the mission, we review the mission. We do visioning. My second trade secret I'll give out to everyone today, this is the second group we shared this with today, is we ask people just to imagine the future. If you stand here today and you magically somehow were placed in the future, or if you, I'm sorry if any of you didn't win that $1.8 billion lottery, but if you would have won it and you traveled the world for 10 years and you came back to Waukegan, it's a very simple question. What do you think, or what do you hope you would see when you come back? And I tell you, that is a very simple question, but it's immensely powerful. We've been using that question for 25 years. I thank one of my colleagues, Professor Gabers, Jerry Gabers, for that. And it gets people thinking. So anyway, we start there. We do a SWOT analysis. We do the stakeholder input review. And then we start to develop goals. And we do a mix of large group and small group exercises. And then lastly, once the goals are identified, we ask the group then to prioritize. Jim? So I just want to share with the group some of the things that we heard during these exercises. Envisioning what people saw in the future, this is what we call a word cloud. It may look like word scrambled eggs to you up on the screen, but these are some of the words. So the larger the word is, the more often it was used by people as we do the analysis. So pride in place, a revitalized lakefront, more technology, a revitalized downtown, being attractive, having access to developable land. You look through all the words and phrases that are on there, you might see police building up there as well. These are things that people were talking about. What did they see in the future? Jim, let's go to the next one. There's two word clouds here. Part of that SWOT or SWOC analysis is to ask people, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses that are happening? Now, we asked this question, as is the prior question, to the focus groups as well. And this is a collection of the different things people saw. What are some of your strengths? Strong city services, passionate residents, your water treatment. I mean, for all of us that are on Lake Michigan or near Lake Michigan, we take it for granted There are a whole lot of other places in the United States that look at that as quite the jewel that it really is. We talked about your comprehensive plan. We talked about the Park District. We talked about social services. We talked about, job availability and the kind of things and the kind of industries you have in and around Waukegan. What are some of the challenges that are coming up? Well, downtown and downtown property owners, I can tell you that every municipality we work with, large and small, you're not alone, because people that many times own properties in the downtown aren't here every day, and so that can be a challenge to, getting good businesses, getting investments and other things made. People talked about other challenges, socioeconomics, small business retention, the climate change, crime, differing agendas and preferences, environmental issues, the casino. There are a variety of things that people identified. And I guess if I could share one thing without reading all of these to you, when we ask groups this question, when they say challenges or strengths, really what they're doing is a self-diagnostic. They're taking an honest look at what's going on around them, and that's a very, very beneficial thing. Jim, next one. So then we asked the group to do strategic goal setting, and a technique that we use, and again, I second mention of a colleague of mine, Jerry Gabris, who has been retired a few years now, helped develop this technique. We asked the group to develop goals on two dimensions. One is time. What would you like to do in a short term? And what would you like to do in the long term? We use a break point of about 3 years and less for short term, 3 years to kind of 8 years or more as long term. Then the other dimension is complexity. Is this goal relatively complex, or is it something that's relatively routine? I have one footnote there. In our use, routine does not mean easy. It means something, though, that the city and the organization could probably accomplish most of it by themselves. If they put some resources behind it, they may need a little extra work. So, Jim, what that results in is each goal will live within one of these 4 quadrants or 4 corners of a matrix. So we have short-term complex, long-term complex goals, short-term routine, and long-term routine goals. So all the goals that were developed fell within these 4 quadrants. And Jim? Oh, I already covered all that. Look, I'm ahead of myself. So here's the end result. Just a couple of more things, and then I'll be happy to take questions. So when you look at all the work that was done, all the goals that were developed, these 4 strategic priority areas emerged from all the work. First was improving core services, the city's infrastructure, making investments in the city, and having good, stable fiscal health. The second was promoting economic development, community enhancement, and mobility around the community. The third was enhancing organizational development, organizational performance, and to help streamline processes. And the last strategic priority areas was to strengthen communication, community engagement, and social collaboration. So you say, how do we arrive at these? These all came from the goals that were developed and all the other exercises prior to. So using that those 4 quadrants of goals, I just want to highlight the top 3 goals that emerged in each of those 4 quadrants. So the top 3 short-term routine goals were, 1, to create employee training, development, and succession plan, because organizations, I think part of this came in the wake of COVID. We had a little bit of a wake-up call about what happens when people leave and depart. So you need to develop people, you need to develop your bench, but you also need to continue to train and bring skills in the organization. The second was to update, now these are short-term routine. Second was update ordinances, policies, and processes. The third was to support and promote strategic and sustainable development in the community. So those are the top 3 short-term routine goals. Next, so again, these are the 1 to 3 year window, top 3 complex goals in the short-term window. 1 was to develop a technology plan, including funding to upgrade city technology. And today, I think everyone in the room realizes that technology is just part of everyday life. And that includes the city's ability to interact with its residents, its businesses, to conduct business, and to do its own work. So a technology plan that looks at all those aspects, both internal and external technology, bubbled up to the top, develop and implement a communication and community engagement plan, and then implement a new enterprise resource plan. I won't read all those subpoints. Jim will go to the long term. So then in the long-term category, this is kind of the 4 to 8 year window. Top 3 on routine long-term goals was first, improve overall efficiencies and external programs, including how you deliver those services, and also help look at improving the internal processes that we use, because in the end, the external people that you serve are the first customers that realize how well you're doing things internally. Next was to explore strategies to decrease cost and to reduce risk. Risk management is not a small thing, particularly in an organization in a city of your size. Risk management is both a concern about safety, doing things well, but also translates into cost. And the third one was to develop an overall city fleet replacement program. The services you provide, many of those services are reliant on some kind of rolling stock, some large, some small, some long-term pieces of equipment that may last for 20 years and some that may be lucky if they last 2 or 3. And lastly, the long-term complex goals were, first was to look at acquiring railroad lakefront property as part of the overall lakefront plan. Second, foster and support lakefront redevelopment. And thirdly was to complete a new public safety facility for police and fire. So, Jim, the last thing was we came back and we worked with the Strategic Planning Committee to work on action planning, and that's where in each of those goals found someone who was going to serve as the lead, who was going to be the secondary or supporting department or staff member, and then across this action planning grid, roughly how long would it take to accomplish this goal? And these are all estimates, but all the goals that we worked on, were considered by the strategic planning team, and they've kind of been put and identified at least whose hands will be responsible for taking them from here. So I know that was a quick run through, and I thank you all for your time and happy to answer questions, and Jim could answer questions as well.
Does anyone have any questions? Alderman Bolton?
Yes, so thank you for your presentation. It was quite thorough. And am I understanding this is considered similar to what they call agile methodology?
Well, agile meaning that it can be adapted, flexible,
Yes.
and updated.
Responding to change.
Yes. Okay. I mean, it's all taken in the context of what is happening today and what's likely to happen tomorrow, although there's no perfect crystal ball. Yeah.
May I ask one more question?
Yes.
So your stakeholders, any of those stakeholders live actually in Waukegan?
I have to defer to the staff.
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking is because are they experiencing what we experience in this element?
I think probably almost everyone that took part in this lived in Waukegan. Some of the intergovernmental committee members, like Senator Johnson was there that day. She doesn't live in Waukegan, but she represents Waukegan. But I think almost everyone else, well, some of our staff doesn't live in Waukegan, but obviously they work for the city. So I think everybody either lives in Waukegan or is intimately involved in Waukegan. Is that fair?
Correct. And it focused around many of the community groups that we have are faith-based, non-for-profit, and business. They were all pretty much local unless they lived somewhere else from being in the intergovernmental or a larger group.
Thank you.
I have a question. So have you ever worked with other cities and municipalities? And if so, what were the results?
Oh, yes. I've been doing strategic plans for municipalities for about 25 years. And I think right now our team has something in the order of, we're around 20 active projects right now. Not all are municipalities. Some are other units of local government. We have some in higher education we do. But the results, it's a good question, and we'd happy to give you a list of communities that we've worked with. You could go out and look at their plans. So I would say themes that we see across communities: communication. Improving communication is on everybody's list. This idea about branding and marketing is something that everybody identifies. Fiscal health and stability is something that people talk about very frequently. Infrastructure, investing in facilities, et cetera, are very common. Other things, redevelopment, economic development. I would say, you say, well, Greg, that's really interesting, so, you know, why don't we just take a page out of somebody else's and put it in ours? At a meeting we were at earlier today, the comment was made that we've said often, the outcome and the process are all based on everybody that participated and everybody that had input, what's going on here, and where do we want to go. What we get at the university, the advantage we have, is we get to step back and go up 30,000 feet and say, well, what's happening across many municipalities? And so there are commonalities, but it doesn't do any good to say this should be one of your goals if it isn't really what the people of Waukegan see as important to them. But theme-wise, I think if you just go down that list I just recited, you know, infrastructure, branding, communications, fiscal stability, economic development. Oh, thank you, technology. It's something that's on a lot of people's minds, but then the next question is, how are you going to do it here, and at what stage of working on those things are you at here?
I have a question. What things that are in our control that we can adapt pretty quickly, like let's say marketing, branding, you know, how fast can that move along to start helping in these different things, you know, that we're wanting to get to? Like how much does branding affect that, and how fast can we adapt that?
That's a good question. So I think most everybody here that's in the chambers today, whether you're elected or a staff member, realize that in government life, fast is a relative term. And some people, you know, I've spent my career, so has Jim, helping develop people that work in this field. I don't see that as a negative. I think one thing about government is we can be persistent. Once you make a decision and you act on things, you know, getting things to the decision line and then enacting them is all part of what we do. But there is also a piece that we call deliberate, because you're making decisions on behalf of a few thousand people. And so you want to make sure that whatever direction you go in is where you want to aim. So our view is kind of reflected in our goals matrix. 1 to 3 years is pretty short. There are some things on here can definitely be done in the next year. There's no question. But some of it depends on the resources you're willing to put behind it, the time you're willing to devote to it, and sometimes resources is a combination of dollars and staff.
Based on our city, right, you know, what you've seen, what we have available currently, what are some of the hurdles that you see or improvements that we can adapt pretty quickly?
Let me offer 3 things that came to mind. The hurdles, and some may be specific to here, but some are things we see in other units of local government. One is resources. So some of the barriers to getting things done are simply, can we put the resources behind it? So I'm going to go back to my comment a minute ago. It's both dollars and the human capital or the people required. So if you don't have the human capital here, some things you can contract out for, right? You can bring in expertise to help you do that. So that can help overcome a barrier or help advance things a little bit faster. I think another thing that's is here, you know, stands between here and getting something accomplished is consensus. You know, having clear direction is such a powerful thing. And if people feel that, hey, this is the way we want to go, and we've got the support and backing to do it, that makes all the difference in the world. And then I think the third thing that's going to impact getting things done is sometimes circumstance. You know, a lot of things that a lot of municipalities work on require partners, either intergovernmental partners, public-private partners, and you can not always predict how quickly or agile that other partner can be. And so sometimes, that can be a challenge. One last comment to your question about resources. I had a colleague of mine at the university who retired a few years ago who said, just remember this, in the public sector, there is no such thing as an uncommitted dollar. There's no such thing as an uncommitted dollar, because by the time that dollar hits your till, whatever revenue stream it's in, it's already been spoken for. The needs, your budget needs, your budget demands, and plus all the things you want to accomplish, there's more things out there waiting for you than you can probably put people and money behind. So that's where making those consensus decisions is so important.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Council, I just want to say, we thank NIU and their team. They were great to work with throughout this entire process, and that you should be extremely proud of your department leaders back there, because they took this seriously. They want to deliver the best and efficient service to this community. They took it serious throughout, and they look at this as a roadmap to our continued success. So again, I just want to make sure that I say it. Thank you, NIU, for facilitating this. And they said that they will be there to assist us through the action planning so that this isn't something that we just shelf.
I'm glad you added that at the end, and I'm glad that you mentioned that that was part of the process of almost like assigning duties to people to make sure, because we do get accused of having these plans and then letting them sit on a shelf, and we don't want that to happen with this, for sure. So thank you for everything you did to help this come into fruition and what you'll be doing to help us make it happen going down the road, so.
Well, you're all most welcome. It was a pleasure for us. We were glad to be invited to help, and our hope is we'll be back in a couple of years talking about an update. So we wish you all well, and we're only an email away. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to echo what Chief George Bridges, thank you so much. I validate the point. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is a resolution. Do we actually have to vote on this?
Yes, yes. It is a resolution accepting and approving the strategic plan.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, so roll call, please.
Alderperson Felix,
Aye.
Alderwoman Newsom,
Aye.
Alderwoman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderwoman Florian.
Aye.
Push.
Item C, a resolution authorizing the renewal of employee benefit agreements and the execution of retiree benefits agreements for calendar year 2024. Can I get a first and a second?
Motion.
Sorry, I already crossed that off, sorry. Item B, I need a first and a second for a resolution approving an agreement with Global Benefits Incorporated for benefits consulting and brokerage services in the amount of $65,000 for calendar year 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions to this motion?
I have a question. Yeah. My question is, how was the 65,000 determined, or how did that come about?
We have someone here from Global Benefits that will answer.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lawrence Marks with Global. It's an honor to be here and serving you guys. It is similar to the current cost, the expiring cost. It's about $2,000 annually less, like $200 a month less. So, you know, it's a consulting fee for the benefit brokerage and consulting services that we do throughout the year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderwoman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderwoman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderwoman Florian.
Aye. Okay, now, item C. I need a first and second motion for a resolution authorizing the renewal of employee benefits agreements and the execution of retiree benefits agreements for calendar year 2024.
So move.
Also move.
Thank you. Any questions to this motion? Okay, roll call?
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderwoman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderwoman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderwoman Florian.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item D, I need a first and second motion to go into closed executive session pursuant to 5 ILCS 122 subsection C subsection 5 for the purpose of discussing the purchase of real property for the use of the public body.
And we're also going to add C11, imminent litigation.
Great. Can I get a first and second motion?
I so move.
And we need a roll call on this, Stu?
Yes, roll call, please.
Roll call.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderwoman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderwoman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderwoman Florian.
Aye.
Can I have an identification of who was the second?
Okay, I need a first and a second motion to go back into regular session.
First,
Second.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderwoman Newsom.
aye.
Alderwoman Bolton. Alderwoman Florian.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, there is no old business, there are no reports and communications, so I need a first and second motion to adjourn.
So moved.
First. Second.
Thank you. Can we do all in favor on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and city council will start at 7:13.
Definitely, Ralph. Congratulations, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Well deserved, well deserved. It was nice. It's always nice to get recognized, to keep you encouraged, to keep doing what you're doing. You know?
Doing what you're doing, you know?
Never, and never give up the good fight.
I love that. No thanks. Bye.
Thank you for, I collaborated with your staff, remember?
Yes, thank you for that.
So we're still working on it.
Okay. Yeah, Dylan's amazing. He'll help work things out.
He's great.
Yeah, he is.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to issue a 2-minute warning, and then we're going to go ahead and start. Can Alderman start coming up, please?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 16th City Council meeting. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Present.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Donnerworth. Present. Alderman Florian.
Present.
Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, could I have Pastor Joyce Harris from the Christian Faith Fellowship Church please come up for the invocation? Thank you so much for being here, Pastor. Just please go right up to the microphone.
Good evening, everyone. You will bow your heads with me for prayer, please. Father, I thank you for this opportunity to come before you with, in the company of all these wonderful people, Lord. God, we're just asking for your grace to fall upon this city like never before, Lord. Not only the city of Waukegan, but the surrounding areas, Lord, that we all be unified on one accord. There's so much going on in the world today, and even in our local city, Lord. So much things are flourishing, things are shifting, things are changing. And Lord, I just pray for a spirit of unity. I pray, Father God, that you would help this diverse community to be able to overcome all of our differences. Lord, that we would be there to help one another, that there's no big I's and no little U's, that we would pray for one another. God, that we would be a support system for one another. We need you now like never before. I pray for those who are in authority in the city of Waukegan. I pray for the Honorable Mayor, her staff, her assistants, the entire hardworking city council members and alder people. And Lord, I just pray for every department, every person, Lord, that's instrumental in addressing the needs of the city of Waukegan. I pray, Lord, that you would give them a heart, that they would work together in unity. I pray, Lord, that there is no division among them, Lord. And I pray that you would give them godly inspired wisdom and knowledge and directions and instructions. on how to lead this great city, how to manage this great city, how to operate the city of Waukegan in all of its various departments. And let them not forget about the little guy. Let them not forget about the seniors, the homeless. And Father God, we just ask you that you would give all of our leaders godly knowledge on how to deal with everything that a flourishing city has to deal with, even with drugs and violence and crime and all the other problems and issues that face this city and its people. Again, Father, we just don't put anyone on a pedestal. You don't have any big eyes and little U's in your eyes, Lord. I pray for our police chief, and I pray for the police force. My prayer, first of all, for them is that you keep them safe. And Lord, that you give them the ability and the wisdom and the insight on how to perform their duties righteously, in a fair and in a just manner. And finally, Father, I ask that you would bless this nation, the United States of America. We're in a time of extreme crisis and division on so many different levels. Your word tells us, Lord God, that if my people who are called by your name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then we shall hear from heaven, and you will forgive our sins and heal our land. And so right now, Father, I commit this wonderful city of Waukegan, even our nation, and all the people in this great city. I commit them into your hands. And so as I have prayed this prayer tonight, I now stand in unwavering faith, Lord, in your ability to sustain us, to guard us, to protect us, and to keep this amazing city and its leaders in all our ways. And pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, thank you everyone for being here this evening. I want to make sure that people know that we always put out our agendas the Friday before the meetings, so you can always go to waukeganil.gov to get those agendas, and please make sure you read them. We're trying to be transparent with everybody, and that way you'll know what's coming up on the agenda items. This Thursday, we are having a committee of the whole meeting to discuss updates to our codes and ordinances that govern the city of Waukegan. This meeting will take place here in City Hall chambers at 6 p.m., and it'll be limited to 3 hours. Audience time will be limited to 40 minutes. Again, we will have you sign up and tell us what you want to discuss, which one of the ordinances you want to discuss. During that meeting, we'll cover various important topics, including the city's Unified Development Ordinance, the Tree Preservation Ordinance, and other subjects. Meetings like this are crucial to the city that take progressive steps to change and update our ordinances for our residents and our businesses and serves the city's best needs. Many of our ordinances have been there for a long period of time. We are going through them and updating them, and that's what the job of the alderman is to go through those, and that's what they have done, and we're going to be talking about those and making some decisions on those. Again, I always ask the aldermen to redline changes that they would like to make, and then we send them through legal, and then we will do these progressive meetings to have these done. I also want to make sure that as we change these ordinances, that the community has an input and that all residents are treated equally and fairly when we go through this change process. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and the clerk will read a proclamation regarding this shortly. Domestic violence comes in many, many forms, and it isn't always the high-profile physical violence that makes it to the newspaper. As an example, I know our Waukegan Police Department and other units of law enforcement have often had to deal with those who threaten others by using phone or emails. We also have heard of higher-profile men who use positions of authority and threaten women. For example, if a man says, "I don't take no for an answer," that threat should be reported to the police. Lastly, men can be victims of domestic violence also, and they should also have the courage to stand up for their safety by contacting law enforcement. If you are the victim of domestic violence, please speak up. Document the abuse and contact law enforcement immediately, because there's always the possibility that the situation could escalate to even worse danger. The last City Council meeting, I announced the mayoral vote of the City Council vote on ordinance number 230-288, an ordinance that amended our salary ordinance. This legislation made harmful changes to the way the City of Waukegan can hire and promote employees. What I mean by that is we need ways that recognize and support people who go above and beyond. If everybody is going to end up making the same amount of money, whether they put extra effort into things or not, it doesn't really make staff work harder and excel. So in order to do good recruitment, in order to maintain good employees, it's important that we have that process. It's my hope that the aldermen have spoken to some of our staff and they realize why it's important that this legislation be looked at again. But again, that vote will take place this evening. The tax levy. Everybody wants to know what's going to happen with the tax levy because that affects your taxes. Well, those of you who know me since my days on this council dating back to 2015, I've been a staunch advocate for fiscal responsibility, and this administration has proven that. As a mayor, I'm pleased to present tonight a zero change in the City of Waukegan's tax levy this evening. This zero levy means that each year since I became mayor, we have been working hard to find inefficiencies in government. While consumers and businesses have been dealing with sky-high inflation, we are not asking anything more from residences and businesses than what they're currently paying in property taxes. This is the third year in a row that this administration has not touched the tax levy, which hopefully is greater news for your pocketbooks. Unlike many other units of government that Waukegan taxpayers already pay into here in the city, even during these challenging times, we've taken it upon ourselves to look for ways that we can cut down, make things go faster, make things go where we're not increasing our fees, that kind of thing. So again, I can't promise you that your tax bill won't go up, but it's not because of the city. On Saturday evening, I was deeply humbled to receive the Arden Shore Child and Family Services Presidential Recognition Award. One thing I've learned in my many years of public service is that whether it's as an alderman or as a mayor, no one accomplishes anything without a community. It's the community pulling together that makes the changes. No one individual does that. I want to say congratulations to Arden Shore for celebrating their 125th anniversary. They've been empowering and strengthening our community for generations and hopefully for generations to come to offer a safer, brighter, and more prosperous future for our young people. Some general comments is the entire month of October, besides being Breast Cancer Awareness and Domestic Violence, is also Dental Hygiene Month. And before, many of you know my background. Before, when I first got married to my husband, I was a practicing dental hygienist. I believe deeply in good oral health. It cuts down on gum disease, cavities, and most importantly, oral cancer. So I want to say with oral cancer increasing in our country due to vaping, smoking, and marijuana use, please be aware of the symptoms of oral cancer. Again, I am a big advocate, but I wanted to remind people that dental health is important to your overall health. For those of you who didn't see, our leaf pickup schedule is out this year. Leaves can be raked to the parkway, not to the street, for vacuuming up starting the next Monday. October 23rd. The schedule is available on the website. It's in our lobby. And any questions, please reach out to Public Works. As a reminder, the schedule is just a guideline. It is not in stone. It all depends on weather. It depends on the season. But those are the dates that we're going to try as much as possible to stick to. As we previously discussed, the city's garbage and recycling collector is switching to LRS. Starting with the November 1st garbage collection, residents are asked to put out their current garbage and recycling carts and leave them out until they are picked up. So let me break down the meaning of that. LSR carts will be delivered that first week of November. Once you receive the LRS carts, only use them for your garbage and recycling pickup. Keep the old carts at the curb and they should be emptied. Don't continue to fill them and think you've got 2 sets of garbage. You're only going to have 1 set of cans that will be picked up. The old garbage cans by Waste Management should be kept empty. It'll take a few weeks for all of these garbage cans to be picked up. The council and code enforcement have all been advised of this change, so citations will not be issued during that time, so that you just need to know that it's going to take a while. Please bear with us. It's a process. Realtors and agents, the closing letter process has been overhauled and is now run by the Building and Code Department. Starting today, applicants are asked to start the closing letter process as soon as the property is listed for sale, but not less than 30 days before the sale. A minimal code and life safety inspection will be included, and zoning certificates will be issued. If you have more information, you can reach out to our building commissioner, George Sellis, and the information is outlined on our website at waukeganil.gov. This Saturday is October Art Walk with Zombie Walk. If those of you who have never been to Zombie Walk, you have to go to Zombie Walk. Try your Halloween costume on and be part of the art. All ages are welcome, and the event includes a variety of entertainment and art and generally runs from 5 until 9. There's a couple things that are happening before, but the art walk itself is 5 to 9. Many organizations are hosting trunk or treat events over the next 2 weeks, and the Waukegan Park District's very popular Halloween trick-or-treat trail is at Bowen Park on Saturday the 28th from 1 to 3. Waukegan's official trick-or-treat hours are from 2 to 5 on Sunday, October 29th. If you happen to live and you have what is it, Alderman Florian, help me out. What is the other address? Wadsworth. I went blank on that. If you happen to have a Wadsworth address, you will also be Sunday the 29th from 2 to 5. If you happen to live in a small section and have a Libertyville address, your trick-or-treat hours will be October 31st from 4 to 8. Please, please, as you're seeing these trick-or-treaters on the street, please slow down. I'm asking you, the amount of accidents that we are seeing out of carelessness and recklessness of people speeding, please don't make it one of our children. Please allow our kids to have their Halloween time. Cole Children's Museum Free Pop-Up Museum is back after a successful run at Belvedere Mall this past spring. The pop-up is at CLC Lakeshore Campus at 33 North Genesee Street on the 2nd floor and is open to families on Wednesdays from 5 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 8:30 to 1:30. A reminder about our last 2 dumpster drives until spring. The 7th Ward is October 21st, this Saturday, from 8 until 12 at 1815 North Sheridan Road. And the 1st Ward is October 28th from 8 to 12 at 8th and Lewis. Anyone can drop off at those dumpsters. It does not have to be in your ward, but remember, these are the last 2 dumpster drives until next spring, so anything that you want to get cleaned out, now's the time to do that. We are looking for volunteers for several committee boards like the Historic Preservation, Community Development Block Grant, and Planning and Zoning. We are particularly looking to see our young people get involved. So if you're interested, this is a great way for some of you to get involved. It starts you into looking at, your community. Please reach out to City Hall here. You can contact our PR department, but please go on the website and look how you can look at those opportunities. Lastly, the NAACP Lake County's Branch Freedom Fund Gala is this Saturday, October 21st. For more information on the event, visit NAACP Lake County or lakecountyil.org/events. I just want to make a reminder to Alderman tonight, our microphone system has changed that you will not be heard unless you are holding the button down. And that is so that we don't pick up other conversations when we're taping. So again, it's a little bit of a reminder, but please make note of that. That's all I have under mayor's comments. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to proclamations. Would you first like to read the October's Domestic Violence Awareness Month?
Certainly. The first one, proclamation, October, is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas domestic violence is a pattern of control in a relationship where one person uses coercion and violence to gain power and control over another. And whereas domestic violence is a serious, widespread, and hidden societal problem that crosses economic, racial, gender, and societal barriers. And whereas according to the U.S. Department of Justice, over 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men have experienced severe physical violence by an intimate partner, and more than 1 in 3 women and more than 1 in 4 men will be a victim of domestic abuse during their lifetime. And whereas 1 in 15 children are exposed to domestic violence, and 90% of these children are eyewitnesses to the violence, causing a lifetime of repercussions from the trauma, and being socialized into believing violence and abuse are normal, leaving them with a greater risk of perpetuating the cycle of violence. And whereas domestic violence costs billions of dollars a year in medical expenses and burial costs, police and court costs, shelters, foster care, and sick leave. And whereas abuse causes long-term damaging effects on survivors and their families, friends, and communities, and the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals and society as a whole here in Waukegan, throughout the United States and the world, and it takes courage for a survivor to seek help. And whereas Waukegan supports organizations such as A Safe Place, which is a sole provider of services exclusively addressing domestic violence in Lake County, is committed to increasing public awareness of domestic violence, and is sending a clear message that domestic violence will not be tolerated. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an opportunity to learn more about preventing domestic violence, how to recognize the subtle signs of domestic abuse and violence, and to show support for victims and survivors. And now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Ann B. Taylor and the members of the City Council do hereby proclaim October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encourage our community to promote awareness and prevention of domestic violence through intervention, education, and advocacy, adopted the 16th day of October, 2023.
Could I have Jake come up, and do we have the resolution or proclamation for that? Do we have a copy of it? Do we have it in the folder? Do we not have it in the folder? Okay. Okay. Actually, so we don't get the garbage cans, can I have all you guys come down this way? Is that going to work for pictures, David? Will that work for pictures if we do it from here?
You can move the garbage cans if you want to.
Sure, we'll do, we're just going to back that up. You don't have to actually move the cans, just back like this. Okay, our second proclamation, ma'am, is Extra Mile Day in Waukegan, November 1st, 2023. Whereas Waukegan is a community which acknowledges that a special vibrancy exists within the entire community when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. And whereas Waukegan is a community which encourages its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly and with total effort, commitment, and conviction to the individual ambitions, family, friends, and community. And whereas Waukegan is a community which chooses to shine a light on and celebrate individuals and organizations within its community who go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow members of their community, and whereas acknowledges the mission of Extra Mile America to create 550 Extra Mile cities in America, and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1st, 2023. And now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council of Waukegan, Illinois, do hereby proclaim November 1st, 2023 to be Extra Mile Day in Waukegan, and they collectively urge each individual in the community take time on this day to not only go the extra mile in his or her own life, but to also acknowledge all those who are inspirational in their efforts and commitment to make their organizations, families, community, country, and world a better place. Adopted this 16th day of October, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item C, can I have a motion, a first and a second?
First, I'll make the motion.
Okay, Alderman Turner, and second was Alderman Florian. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. This is Resolution 23R-296, honoring Miguel Angel Alvaron Sr.
Resolution number Now we're going to hear a little bit about you, all right? Here we go. Resolution number 23R-296, honoring Miguel Angel Alvaron Sr. Whereas Miguel Alvaron was born in Arecibo, Puerto Rico on August 9, 1938, and arrived to the United States in 1957 at the age of 19. And whereas Miguel Alvaron married wife Gloria in 1958, and they have been together for 55 years and have 5 children and raised 3 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. And whereas Miguel Alvaron has been a board member of the Puerto Rican Society since 1972 and has served on numerous committees throughout his service to the organization, and was a well-known youth softball coach and boxing trainer. And whereas Miguel Alvaron is the founder and president of the Roberto Clemente Baseball League traveling team, where he is recognized for his dedication and unselfish will to mentor at-risk Latino youth by instilling them the importance of respect and self-discipline. And whereas Miguel Alvaron brought home many championships during his tenure, and many of his players are now successful adults who consider him a hero and speak highly of him and continue to support and respect him. And whereas Miguel Alvaron worked as a laborer and dedicated police officer for the city of Waukegan since 1972, and at the time in the 1970s was only one of 10 Latino police officers to serve and protect our city of Waukegan until his retirement in 2001. And now therefore be resolved that Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council of Waukegan, Illinois, do hereby recognize and honor his service and dedication to the community. Be it further resolved that a suitably embossed copy of this resolution, signed by the mayor and city clerk, be presented to Miguel Alvaron at the Waukegan City Council meeting on Monday, October 16th, 2023, dated the 16th day of October, 2023.
have the family come up and Alderman Martinez?
Just wanted to say that this gentleman here is really part of Waukegan. When I talk about the fabric of Waukegan and the people who make it happen, this is one of the forefathers who mentored all Latino, the black and brown community also, who as a child always reached out to the youth and wanted nothing but the best for them. And so this is the very least that I could do as a human being to be here and give him this grand honor and be part of this beautiful ceremony and such a beautiful family. We got the whole family here. And so this is just a small bit of my appreciation to you and a small bit of appreciation to all the Latinos in Waukegan. You are my hero. You are a mentor. Thank you for your empowerment. And I am an example of inner city child because you were my mentor and you taught me right or wrong. You told me things about myself. And today I commend you. There aren't enough words, but I love you from the bottom of my heart. And this is just a small token of my appreciation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I know. First, I want to say, we talk about community involvement and what that means. This gentleman is that. There's a lot of different ways that you contribute to your community, whether it be mentoring others, whether it be a police officer, whatever it be. But you were the pioneer and made those steps for others. And for that, I want to say the city of Waukegan is eternally grateful to you for everything you do and for everything you represent for us. So thank you. Senator Mayfield is going to come up and do a presentation too.
I'd like to present you with the above and beyond as presented to Miguel L. Angel, a great role model and a mentor to our youth. It wasn't just the boys, baseball. We're girls. We were there too. Let's not forget about us, And Pico Peachy and Ugmo, that's a whole issue. They gave you the gray hair. To Mrs. Albert, who opened her home up to everyone. She makes the best Spanish rice in Waukegan. Oh my God, yes. And she so many, yes, she did. There was just so many of us kids that ran. Were just truly just an when they told me they wanted to give you this award, I wanted to make sure that I was here because you made such an impact on my life between myself, Hope, and so many others. It wasn't just the sodas or the bag of fries from Jordy's down the street because I was fed, but it was the mentoring aspect because when you have that many boys running around and then they're always followed by other girls, he made sure, young ladies needed to be young ladies. That mentoring aspect, that father aspect, especially Tico, because Tico was a piece of work, But I just want to say thank you. All the years I grew up in the Puerto Rican society, I believe I probably was in more quinceañeras than anybody in this room, But you were always there for us girls as you were for that baseball team. So just thank you so much. And we love you. Oh my God, we love you so much. Yes.
Sure. And then we'd like somebody from the family to come up and talk. Okay.
So I would just like to reiterate on what the Miss Janet, thank you very much because you clarified it. Except it's 65 years, but thank you so much. So my father has sacrificed majority of his life for the city of Waukegan, being a police officer, working for the city of Waukegan for public works, mentoring young kids through athletes, sports, baseball, boxing. This is all facts. My father is a great man and sacrificed most of his life for his children and his loved ones, and including for the city of Waukegan. So I want to give thanks to Mr. Alderman Martinez for acknowledging my father. Thank you so much, because without you, this probably would never have happened. And I want to thank the mayor as well and the city of Waukegan. Mike, I see you back there. Papi, I love you very much, and you deserve every moment of this. You deserve every moment of this. God bless you, Papi.
Again, I just want to say, to watch a son have this much love for his father is something we need more of in this community. Thank you, sir. Let's get a chair. Can we get a chair? I'm sorry, so she can sit down. And we're going to put her right smack.
Thank you, ma'am.
With the city of Waukegan, working in the sewer department and the police department as a special police officer for 23 years. I retired when I was 26 years with the city of Waukegan, and I'm still living in Waukegan. This is my Puerto Rico here. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Before we go on with the rest of agenda, we will allow people at this time, anybody who wants to leave, they can leave now. We'll give you time. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and understanding. Next up is audience time.
Yes, I'm going to call the first 6 individuals to speak. You have 3 minutes, and don't touch the mic. It's all set. I'll have Joel Williams, Andrea Moore, Zalante Edwards, Wygenia Briscoe, Carlos Smith, and Tomas Valdez. Go right over to the left, to the east side of the room. Wait your turn. Joel Williams, Andrea Moore, Zalante Edwards, Wygenia Briscoe, Carlos Smith, and Tomas Valdez. Mr. Williams?
All right, thank you so very much. My name is Joel Williams. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity Lake County, and I'm just really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today and express some appreciation for some of the exciting things that we've got going on in the city of Waukegan, building some affordable houses for people who need them. I'd like to personally thank Mayor Taylor for coming out during what we call our Women Build, which is an opportunity for various women-led groups, women-led businesses, women affinity groups, all sorts of different women to help construct a home that is going to be used by women-led families. We're very excited about this. This is something that happens at habitats across the country, and we're doing it here in Waukegan as well. We made some great progress last week on a couple of days, and then the rain didn't exactly help us. But we're starting back up again tomorrow for another week of Women Build, and then we'll be doing more throughout the year. And so as we start to look forward to 2024, we really think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to get some more folks involved in the good work that Habitat does. I just recently passed my 2-year anniversary here at Habitat, and we're starting to do some really exciting things. And so as we celebrate all of the great things that happened during the Women Build event, we're looking forward to what events we can do in 2024. We normally take 12 people on a volunteer site, and I'm just counting the number of people up here, and that's pretty close to 12. But we'd certainly welcome any of you at any time that if you want to just even see some of the activity or construction site in action, we'd welcome you to do that. It certainly is something that's been really rewarding in many ways. So as we look forward to 2024, we've got some good ideas of some things we want to do within the city of Waukegan. We appreciate the support and the assistance from the building department and the zoning department as we go forward to make sure that we're doing everything the way that it needs to be done. And then also as we start to think about some of the other strategies that we can do, we'll certainly be reaching out to you as individual alderpersons to be able to inform you of the things that we're doing and get a little input from you there. But really excited about the future for Habitat, and again, just wanted to express my appreciation to Mayor Taylor for coming out during the Women Build event and to make sure that we're providing housing for people that need that. So if anybody ever wants to come out to a build site, certainly feel free. Our website is habitatlc.org. And you can reach out to me directly if you have questions about it or if you want to see some things. But as I said, as we look forward to 2024, we'll be in touch with you as individuals to see what we can do. So again, thank you so much for your time to speak today, and thank you for the support.
Thank you, sir. Andrea Moore?
Hello, my name is Andrea Moore. I would like to present something to Madam Clerk for the official record, as well as Mayor Taylor. Okay. My submission is my application for consideration to be appointed to the Waukegan Housing Board. I know that some of the commissioners will be coming to term this year, and I'm not sure if you are who you're considering, but I am applying. I have an extensive list of qualifications, if you will, within my resume, but also just a true, genuine desire to support and engage with my community in a very positive and impactful way. Something just like, you know, our elders that we're honoring still, trying to do my part. So thank you.
Thank you. Zalante Edwards. You start, I'll go.
You can start the timer. Go ahead.
Okay.
See, I didn't know I put my name on this list. I thought I was just signing in. So, I'm a resident of Lake County, born and raised from Waukegan. I said I'm a resident from Lake County, born and raised in Waukegan. I'm 32 years old. I didn't leave Lake County until I was 28. Went to Texas, Ohio, back again. I've been in and out for like the last 2 years between Texas and Ohio. I'm actually proud to be from Waukegan, but to walk around and have to see what's going on, it sucks. But some of us can tell that y'all are actually trying to make a difference. Some aren't. And that's okay too. The kids deserve better. The sports deserves better. And just some of the areas throughout Lake County as a whole deserve better as well.
Thank you. Wygenia Briscoe.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk about the veto that's actually occurring this evening. I actually pulled the article and read the article that was in the Sun Times just so that I could get a better understanding of kind of like what had happened, and I reviewed the meeting. So when I pulled the article, and after looking at the meeting, I was thinking, okay, so what the aldermen are proposing, which is what the article says, is that they want to vote on giving the council control over the pay of newly hired individuals who are in leadership, like in the leadership department. And I was thinking, these are truly highly skilled people here that you guys now want to vote on. And so I was thinking, okay, well then how many of the aldermen truly have HR experience? How many of them are educated to the point where they can make decisions on truly leadership positions? I don't know, but as you guys vote tonight, think about that. What the article mentioned is that Noelle had mentioned that she has, well, it says that she is the planning and development person, director, whatever, with 34 years of experience. 34 years. And she had said that based upon the budget process, it prevents employees from getting an inappropriate raise. So to me, I'm thinking, okay, here we have an employee here who has 34-year experience. She believes that the current process that's in place will prevent this from happening. So why would the alderman want to take over this responsibility? And as a resident, I had problems with that. Also in the article, it mentions that the lawyer also said that this is usually not the norm. So why would we want to take on something that's not the norm in Waukegan? It doesn't make sense to me. And I believe that I'm an educated woman, I'm experienced, I was in HR for 9 years, and as far as I'm concerned, if you guys had to make the decision on whether or not I received an increase or whatever, I would leave here. Because I don't think that some of you are qualified enough to make a decision on my career, on whether or not I got a 2%, 5%, or whatever. There are so many jobs out there, and if these are leadership positions, they can go somewhere else and get another job. So why stay here and be subjected to something that this council has now said that they want to make a decision on? When we have someone, Noelle, who has 34-year tenure, and I've listened to her many a times at this podium. And when she speaks, I listen. So as you guys vote tonight, I'm a little confused as to why this is even on the docket or whatever it is to make a decision on. That's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Briscoe. Carlos Smith. Mr. Carlos Smith, go right ahead.
All right. Name's Carlos Smith, owner of a crazy place. Live 223 Washington Street Avenue. I always come here to try to give y'all like the lingo, you know what I'm saying? I always try to give y'all like the game, you know what I'm saying? And the word I want to use today is tweaking, all right? In urban terms, tweaking means you tripping, like you doing too much, like you went over the, you feel me? Like you went over what you should have did. Saturday night, you feel me? I opened up. Now, I did a repast, I did a birthday party, and also did a homecoming for a football team. Shout out to Emma. At 9:30, you feel me, 6 police officers walk up in the crazy place. Tweaking, okay? So we using the word applying. We applying tweaking today. They was tweaking, okay? Because they came in my business talking to me like I was a straight up goofy. Now I'm talking to y'all like we off the block. That's how I'm talking to y'all. They talking to me like I'm a criminal. Now, I've never smoked weed, never drunk liquor a day in my life, and never been in handcuffs before in my life. But they talking to me like I'm a criminal. You gotta close, shut it down. I said, what? And I ain't gonna talk about what they said because I already had offline conversations with my people, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna throw nobody under the bus. But the problem with that is that I spoke to y'all prior to about communicating and how we need to be able to talk. But that didn't happen. So if I was a goofy, which means if I was a little bit more passive, I would have closed. But I didn't close because they came in at 9:30 and my doors opened at 10 o'clock. They was telling me to close at 9:30 for something that didn't make sense, and I knew it didn't make sense. But the reason I bring that example up is we got to communicate better. We have to have some line of communication that makes sense so that we all know what's going on. Because if I was a little bit more passive, I would have closed and lost a lot of money that night because I had customers traveling from a lot of different directions to come enjoy my space. 30 seconds left. Tweaking again. We tweaking again. The police just sent me a notice today that you can't park from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Cool with that, I think. But I close at 1:50. They gonna be parked there at 2 o'clock. So somebody gotta figure out, we should have did at 2:30, 2:40, 3 o'clock to 6 a.m. Because it doesn't make sense if I gotta close at 2 and y'all send out a notice today that they can't park from 2 to 6. We tweaking. So we gotta communicate better so we don't tweak, all right? Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Tomas Valdez? Tomas Valdez.
Hello. So my name is Jamie Bravo,
Tomás Valdez.
and I was born and raised here in Waukegan, and we just opened up a restaurant. It's a seafood restaurant on October 4th, and we're here because we are applying for the liquor license. This is not going to be considered as a bar. This is going to be a very family restaurant. We're going to be doing 10 to 10. And it's not where people are just going to go in and have drinks. They're going to dine in and then have a drink if they wish to. We will have non-alcoholic beverages. We will have, if you guys do, give us the permission to sell the liquor, we do want to, go beyond having a few drinks, prepared for our clients. So that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck. The next 6 will be Jose Mendez, James Martin, Brother Blanks, Clyde McLemore, Margaret Carrasco, and Rayon Edwards. Jose Mendez, James Martin, Brother Blanks, Clyde McLemore, Margaret Carrasco, and Mr. Rayon Edwards. Is Jose around? Jose Mendez? Jose Mendez? Mr. Jose Mendez? You can talk right over here, sir. This is your opportunity to say whatever you'd like. We're here to listen.
Was actually it's about a property that I have in Beach Park, and I own a lot in Beach Park, and there's a dedicated road. It's called New York Avenue, and that's the only access I have to that road, and I think it's going to get sold. And I have my dad and my sister. They're also in that area, if it makes sense. And my sister's actually with me right here. I was going to bring my dad, but so they use that road too. And the reason why I'm here is because I just want something done, because I don't have no access to that property. And I believe, as we speak, I think it's going to get sold. So I'm just asking for some help. And that street is Waukegan. Right now it's got like gravel on there, but that's the only road that I can enter and exit, if that makes sense. And I know I don't have any documents or anything. I mean,
I don't know the property. Can you
Yeah,
talk
that's
to
fine.
Building Commissioner Sellis in the back?
Yeah.
And he'll help you out with that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What was that address, sir?
The address is 38423 New York Avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. James Martin? James Martin? James Martin. Okay. Brother Blanks.
Brother Blanks, Black Abolition Movement for the Mind. First of all, I just want to say that on behalf of Black Abolition Movement for the Mind, I want to extend condolences for the 6-year-old child that was murdered in this state by hate. That shouldn't be tolerated, but I wanted to say that. I also would like for the city council to consider, right now we're in a season of war, try to be more diverse in your prayer here, respectfully, with everything that's going on. Perhaps consider getting some imams in here, getting some rabbis to say prayer. Mix it up a little bit, because you have a makeup of all type of culture, class, religions, and denominations. I'm more spiritually inspired than I am religiously motivated, but I respect them all, so that's all I'm asking the city to do. Now, in the spirit of the fact that the police be tweaking in our local businesses, considering the fact that the police be tweaking in our housing areas, whether it's Waukegan housing or Lake County housing. I've said it time and time again. He just laid it out for you. Considering that we have some police that be tweaking, Mayor. I know you said that we wanted to look, you was looking at the feasibility study. Now, as far back as June, your chief of staff texted me, say, what do that look like? That was in June. Then you went public in September to say you want to see what the feasibility study looked like. Now, we do know that it is feasible, because throughout this state, we already have it in place. So it is feasible. But in considering the fact that we have police tweaking, I just don't want us to kick this can down the road. I've spoke to a few of the aldermen, and I've heard you speak favorable of this Waukegan Civilian Office of Police Accountability. But I would like to find out how long and how far it's going to be that we go from feasibility study to actual implementation, considering that we do have officers out here tweaking, as my brother Carlos here has made mention of, and as it's been brought before the city council on many occasions in different forms, whether it's been complaint from housing, whether it's been complaints that come to our organization. Let's not kick this down the road. I'm asking you of the mayor, city council members, let's put something in action. I don't know how long we have to study, but we don't want to study until tweaking become a death in our city when we could have done something about it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, sir. Clyde McLemore.
Clyde McLemore, Black Lives Matter. I know the world has been going through a lot of with this going on in across the water. And as Brother Blank spoke about the 6-year-old child being killed on a hate crime, it was a comment made on social media that Black Lives Matter supports what happened over there. And, I just wanted to say that's not true. Because Jewish people walked with Martin Luther King to have it where some of y'all could sit up there. Islam means peace. So that's not the activities of a Muslim, if that's peace. But I just wanted to say, I thought this board would even take a moment of silence for all the people that died. Man, I mean, that's just like what happened in 9/11. That was really, I'm stuck to the news. I'm watching it all. And I know the media don't give everything, but that's it. But I did receive an email And this email said that the mayor is going to cut the Waukegan Library budget of $100,000. I read this agenda so many times, I didn't see it on there. But I did get the email saying that, and I wanted to say, when this levy come around, if y'all gonna do that, then how come my chief of staff got a $55,000 raise? No mayor, I've been coming to this meeting since Dick Hyde. No mayor or no administration has ever gave a staff member that big of a raise. And if you wanna cut the money from the levy from the Waukegan Library, what about our youth? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I didn't see it in there, so I'm not going to go off about it, but I just wanted to say if that's what you're thinking, the people need to know. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. Margaret Carrasco.
Tonight, the mayor began mayor's comments once again with false statements. The mayor spoke about domestic violence and the many forms, including threats. But yet, Mayor, many city employees here have complained that you or your staff, directed from you, have been threatened, fired their job if they didn't lie to Waukegan residents with information. Next, you stated about that you hope that the alderman spoke to city staff. But then, employees and aldermen have stated your directive not to speak to the alderman, or aldermen cannot speak to city employees. Then you stated you haven't raised fees. Another huge lie. Just look at the fees for special events in Waukegan, the most expensive in the entire county in a low-income community. Number 4, you spoke about the importance of dental hygiene, and I agree. But when it was reported to you about an unlicensed, illegal man performing dental operations, you did nothing. You failed to protect Waukegan residents. Lastly, you stated about all residents in Waukegan are treated equally and fairly. Ha. Today, the FBI released their hate crime statistics report, and the numbers are record-breaking. 11,643 incidents of racism and hate crimes were committed, with a substantial number targeting the African American community and historic rise in anti-Hispanic. Therefore, Fiestas Patrias organizations will be submitting another ethics complaint, okay, I still haven't heard what happened to the other one, against you, Mayor Taylor, for your continued discriminatory, racist actions and extortion of Latinos and blacks in the city of Waukegan. And tonight I'm referring to this bill that you gave us, in which, unknown to us, we never agreed to it, we never talked about it, no information, we never received the services for standby at a $300 an hour for, let's see how many people we have, for standby apparatus, for standby paramedics. Really? You have your buddies doing special events and don't even fill out an application.
Thank you, Ms. Carrasco.
And don't pay anything.
Mr. Rayon Edwards. Mr. Rayon Edwards.
Good evening, Council. You know, I can't help but to wonder, after the election, how this council has become such a shit show. Seriously. Mr. Felix, I see you smiling, and you part of the show. And it's so condescending and disrespectful when you have community members come up here and you do stuff like that to mock them. It's disgusting. And this is what we're talking about when we say inexperience. But you're one of the ones that wants to come here and take away the power from the experience to make the decisions so that this city can properly run. What are the qualifications of being an alderman? I don't think we think about those things. So, Ann Taylor, I'm glad you finally did something that a mayor's supposed to do. Veto that, because it's trash. I think all of y'all need to start opening up y'all eyes up and realize that when you run a city, you need to run it like a business. We are an embarrassment in Lake County. We're the biggest city in Lake County, and we seem to can't get nothing done. One item on the agenda 15 times. Inside giving out information to the outside, and then when the outside bring them information up here, it's so distorted, and you got the community all over the place. It's disgusting. But we look for y'all for guidance. We look at y'all that's supposed to be the leaders of this community. What are you leading us to? A hellhole? Police supposed to serve and protect us. They not serving and protecting us. We spent all this money on training and teaching them. To do what exactly? Sometimes I be so confused that I'm not even a politician. And this stuff that y'all be going through, it's like alphabets. A, B, C, D, E. We all learned them in pre-K. You know, I hear a lot of talk about the chief of staff making all of this money. And I just have to say, because I like to be fair, he ain't one of my favorite persons, but he ain't done nothing to me. But if we're going to be honest and we're going to be true, I think the real issue was how y'all got the system, the steps, and how the mayor moved them up and so forth and so on. You knew aldermen started that crap. Instead of saying what it was. But I'm going to tell a little truth. He make about $165,000, and he's underpaid, if we're going to be honest. Because I'm doing some research. I'm looking around in a city this size. We ain't going to retain no good employees here with what we're paying right now. We falling, y'all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That concludes the audience portion, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I do want to make a couple comments that right before council started, I saw on social media about that I was cutting the library funding $100,000. I have no idea where that came from. People make up garbage all the time. We have not started our budget process. We will not even sit down with department heads until this Thursday. Nothing has been decided. It was news to both the library and it was news to me as well. So I'll just say there's a lot of rumors circulating right now. I don't know where they come from. But our budget process will be done by March of next year. We will be starting it now. We have not even sat down with the department heads. We have not done squat on next year's budget. All we know is what our pool will be, and then we'll start deciding what goes where. I cannot be responsible for wild rumors that start. It is what it is. Also, Corporation Counsel wanted to make a comment on parking.
Yeah, just on Genesee Street, that notice that went out, that has actually been the restricted parking hours that's been in the ordinance, and I think it's actually on signs. What the courtesy was that the city is going to start enforcing it because they want to be able, given the amount of people who actually discharge out of the various establishments on Genesee Street, they want to make sure that the streets are actually clear, because if there's pedestrians in the streets, or if traffic needs to pass. So that's basically, it's just saying we're going to start enforcing the law that's been on the books.
And I will add to that no one is looking at 2 o'clock sharp to start issuing. But what we are having trouble with is bars on Genesee Street and everybody being in the streets and it causing problems for residents living there. So we will clear the streets starting at 2:30. And in the ordinance, it says that cars can be towed. We will be towing. Just so you know that, It has been, we were looking at changing the ordinance, and when we went back and looked at it, we found that that was already in there from 2 to 6, that it was closed and towing could be in effect. So we will be starting that, and we wanted businesses to know up front that it's going to be starting so that we can cut some of the stuff that's going on at Genesee Street and the illegal drinking that's going on out of people's trunks of cars and that kind of stuff. So that's the purpose of it.
Well, we thank you for clarifying that, but this is why we asked you guys to get out, because you said that they're not enforcing it until after 2 o'clock, but your police is enforcing.
Isn't it time for point of order?
Make sure you do a point of order when he starts speaking and dragging us on.
Clarify. I just want to clarify what was going on. And like I said, common sense will be used when we do this, but the whole goal is not to harass residents who live on Genesee Street. The goal is to get some of these people who don't live in our community, who are causing problems, is to get them out as quickly as we can. And so that's the purpose of it. We're going to go on to consent agenda. Can I have a first and a second for the consent agenda?
Make a motion for the
Okay,
consent
Alderman
agenda.
Florian, second was Alderman Newsome. Any questions to the consent agenda? Anything that needs to be pulled out? Okay, that said, item A, a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Monday, October 2nd, 2023. Item B, a motion to approve the regular payroll dated October 6th, 2023, in a total amount of $1,899,731.98. Item C, a motion to approve miscellaneous payroll dated October 6th, 2023, in a total amount of $121,633.61. Item D, a motion to approve miscellaneous payroll paid PBLC retro pay dated October 13th, 2023, in a total amount of $975,783.10. Item E, a motion to approve vendor payments dated October 16th, 2023, in the amount of $2,791,830.59. There being no questions to the motion, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes. Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to have Corporate Counsel explain the next motion, because if we don't get a first and a second, the whole thing dies, right? Go ahead and explain it.
This is in regards to the mayor's veto of ordinance 230288. Originally, on September 19th, 2023, the city council adopted by a vote of 5-3 ordinance number 230288, an ordinance amending and restating ordinance 230113, fixing the salaries and wages to be paid to management and non-union employees of the city of Waukegan, Illinois. The mayor, at the last meeting of the city council, returned that ordinance, disapproving it, and providing her explanation for exercising her mayoral veto. When a mayoral veto is exercised under Illinois law, the item is put on the next agenda. The city council has the opportunity to vote one more time to override the mayor's veto. It requires a 2/3 majority, so that would be a requirement of 6 votes, 6 affirmative votes for this ordinance. So as the mayor said, at this time, we have it on the agenda. If there is no motion.
Motion to table it till next meeting.
I mean, you conceivably could, you could motion to hold, you could hold this over by Alderman's prerogative. The Alderman's prerogative can be overridden by a 2/3 vote of the city council, or this would just go on the next agenda at old business.
I'd like to motion to override the holdover. So how do we do that? Do I?
Okay. So now, we would need a
Wait
roll
a
call
minute.
vote on the motion.
He hasn't gotten a second on his motion.
No, okay, under our holdover rules, a single alderman can hold over to the next meeting. And this was something that was a little controversial because we said that there was a vote. Waukegan has a special rule. And the special rule says that any alderman can ask for an item to be held over to the next regular meeting unless 2/3 of the aldermen vote to consider it immediately. So we have a motion to hold over. We have a request to vote to override that holdover. It will require 6 aldermen to consider the override of the veto today. You guys are going to twist me in knots, I know it. Okay.
So how is this working? Yays?
Yeah, okay, yays means that it will be voted on today. No means that it will be held over. You can have a it says, it doesn't say that in motion, it just says a 2/3 vote to override.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
It doesn't say that it actually has to have a motion in the, a motion for the override of the holdover. So I would say you should just call a vote to override the holdover. And to vote now. Okay. Janet, we'll figure this out in the minutes afterwards.
We're ready for the vote? Everybody ready?
Understand that? Please repeat. What are we voting on right now?
If you vote yes, we're going to vote on the override of the mayor's veto. If you vote no, that vote will happen at the next regular meeting.
Alderman Felix.
No.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Turner.
No.
Alderman Donowitz.
No.
Alderman Florian.
Yes.
Alderman Hayes.
Yes.
Alderman Bolton.
Yes.
Alderman Guzman.
No.
Alderman Martinez.
No.
The consideration to override the mayor's veto will be held over to the next regular city council meeting, which will be November 6th, and that will once again appear on old business.
I'd like to make a motion to omnibus the new business, Mayor.
You gotta take one out.
Yeah.
I would like some stuff taken out.
Okay. Item E for starters will be taken out. That's because it's a liquor. It has nothing to do with anything else. Anything else that somebody wants to take out?
B, C, and K.
We're taking out E because it's a liquor license.
Boy, Charlie,
E will be voted on
Kilo.
later in the meeting.
Yeah. Item B and C, you said?
B, C, and K. Boy, Charlie, Kilo.
K.
We need
Now
was there a second on the motion to omnibus?
I'll make the second.
Okay, Alderman Florian was the first, Alderman Turner was the second on the omnibus. So it's items B, C, E, and K that are not on here. Okay. Item A.
Do we need to vote on that, or do we just go ahead and do it?
For an omnibus, you can just, anyone can pull them out, so you don't need to vote on removing them.
But how about the omnibus? We usually do, just.
Yes, you're
we
going
can-
to, now you vote on establishing the omnibus,
Yep.
yes.
So, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donowitz.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
Mayor, did you want me to read for you?
Sure, thank you. You know my voice is going, thank you.
New business, item A resolution accepting and approving the City of Waukegan Strategic Plan and Goal Development Report 2023. This matter was presented to the Government Operations and Oversight Committee earlier this evening. Item D, resolution approving an agreement with Global Benefits Incorporated for benefits consulting and brokerage services in the amount of $65,000 for calendar year 2024. This matter was presented to the Government Operations and Oversight Committee earlier this evening. Item F, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per Section 2-458 subsection I-1 sole source and approving the purchase of police equipment from Axon Enterprises in an amount not to exceed $148,613.03. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier this evening. Item G, a resolution approving acceptance of a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier this evening. Item H, a resolution authorizing the procurement of commodities, maintenance, and professional services from the Harris Corporation for the Enterprise Resource Program in the amount of $212,000. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier this evening. And item I, a resolution approving the purchase of a 2023 Ford F-450 truck from Kunis Auto Group for an amount not to exceed $86,957.26 per Section 2-458 subsection I-7, a good faith waiver. This matter, I'm sorry?
You said 86, it was 96,000.
Oh, that. Okay, sorry. So that's correct. It's $86,957.26. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier this evening. Item J, a resolution approving the purchase of a 2022 Ford F-50 truck from Kunis Auto Group for an amount not to exceed $96,037.26 per Section 2-458 subsection I-7, a good faith waiver. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier this evening. Item L, resolution approving a change order number 1 with Baxter and Woodman for design engineering services for Phase 1 and 2 for an amount not to exceed $31,717. Bless you. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier this evening. Item M, a resolution approving a professional services agreement, which is anticipated to end April 2027 with Baxter and Woodman per Section 2-458 subsection I-4, professional services for the SCADA upgrades and MCC project for water for a not-to-exceed amount of $418,500. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier this evening. Item N, a resolution approving the award of the water plant elevator replacement, RFP, to Lakeland Elevator for a not-to-exceed amount of $749,797. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier this evening. Item O, determination of proposed aggregate tax levy for the year 2023 in the amount of $33,980,987 and the total levy of $37,270,387, inclusive of debt service. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier this evening.
Any questions to the motions? Yes. Okay, Chief of Staff?
Council, Mayor, yes, we do have one. Item H, that dollar amount is wrong. So if we could get that amended for the proper amount. I will have that in a second. Staff is trying to pull that. We just need that amended before you approve it.
So put a motion to hold over to the next meeting so we could get the paperwork ready.
The paperwork isn't right. It was just missing one number.
Absolutely not. Motion to put to the next meeting till paperwork is ready.
Just to clarify for H, this is acceptance of a grant. This is.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah,
I'm
this
good to
is-
go.
This is not money we're spending, this is money we're receiving.
Okay.
Did you say item H, Chief?
Yes, item H. No.
Which item,
Yeah,
please
it is
describe?
ERP. That is item H, correct?
It should be that. It was the committee.
Yep.
And it's written wrong here.
It's written correctly in committee?
No, it's written properly in the document, it's just not written properly on this, for item H, okay? But it is written properly within the documents within board docs.
So why don't we just verbally correct it now?
Okay?
What is the correct number? It's 212.
What's the correct dollar amount?
The correct dollar amount is fiscal year 23-24 budget provides sufficient funds for the procurement of the ERP from the vendor under CIP funds and upgrades, and 23-24 funds. Where's the dollar value?
Not to exceed $2,376,736.37.
Yeah.
That's a totally different
That's totally.
$2 million.
Yeah, this number,
tax levy?
No. This is the Client's ERP upgrade to provide for the cybersecurity requirements.
Well, that's not H.
it says 212,000 for H.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is wrong.
So it needs to get held over until we get something correctly. Motion to hold over till next meeting so we can get the paperwork and
Well, but
language
which
correctly.
one are we holding over for
Item
sure?
H.
H.
Item H is the one that's identifying the Harris Corporation Enterprise Resource Program in the amount of $212,000. That's wrong.
My motion,
Alderman, we heard your motion.
Trying to look. Yep.
All three of them. They're just sorting
Thank
out the
you.
numbers.
but can't we sort it out during the 2 weeks and then move forward on?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, apologize. Alderman Newsom, would you speak in the mic?
Is that also approving the
Alderman.
previous funds?
Yeah,
The 2,370,000?
I thought that was over the 4-year period,
It
each
is.
year.
It
It's
is.
over the 4-year period, but the 212 was an extra amount that we were approving in excess of that amount
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
4 years. Excess of $212,000.
And you've already approved the upgrade budget money?
The 4 years, right?
I-
That's how
I
it was
don't-
written in the.
I call a point of order until
That's
my
how it was
motion is heard.
written on the agenda.
Guzman, you have not been recognized yet, please.
Let's do. Stu, have you come to a recommendation?
Maybe we just,
I'm looking at what the actual resolution says, so if you could give me a moment here.
This one.
The resolution correctly put in the approval of the procurement. So this is the resolution that was included in the packet. And it includes the procurement in the amount of $2,376,736.37. The issue is that the header on the agenda only included one portion of that. Based on the fact that the agenda was published, but the resolution was included, the council could move forward with this resolution tonight and approve it as published on board docs. However, if there's a question about clarity, this could also be held over.
Did you still want to wish to hold it over, Alderman Guzman?
Yes, so, so the public could know that everything, we're up in the open, pure transparency.
It was in committee today, right? And unanimously approved in committee?
Yes, and all the information is in the documents in your committee packet. All the information was there.
And I voted for it, and I would have voted for it until I find out there's a discrepancy in the paperwork and the language.
There was no discrepancy in the committee paperwork, which you did
Well,
vote
then
for.
why is,
Why
is
would
he
we,
up here?
why would we hold something over for 2 weeks that can easily be voted on tonight, was unanimously approved in committee, and was already published to the public?
Everything needs to be correct. It is not,
Get Alderman Hayes to do an motion to overrule the holdover.
Sure, yes, you sure
Okay,
can.
I need a second to that.
Me?
This is to override the holdover.
what is it, yays and nays?
What is it, what?
Yea allows it to be voted on, nay would hold it over. Yes, the aye to overrule the holdover.
Everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay.
Okay. So just for our own sanity and then for the sanity of everybody at home, we had an item up here that was mislabeled on part of the agenda for an amount of $212,000. All the other documentation that was included in the board packet, including the resolution that is actually being voted on, all clearly stated that the total amount is actually $2,376,736.37. Alderman Guzman has made a motion to hold over, which would automatically move this to the next meeting unless 2/3 of the council votes to override his holdover, and that means that it could be considered tonight. 6 aye votes are needed to consider this tonight after Alderman Guzman's motion.
And Ron, can you explain why it's important to have it voted tonight as opposed to 2 weeks from now?
It's important because I need to get moving forward. I've got to get this system in compliance as soon as possible.
It's for risk management, right?
It is risk management, yeah.
Oh, then, I'm sorry,
It is a cybersecurity issue. We have to upgrade it. Right now, my finance department, as an example, has to work through a workaround in order to work with our current ERP system because of the issues we're having with it being compliant with Windows 11 and Windows 10. So the faster I can get this thing fixed and patched, the better our finance department will be happy, so we can pay our bills without a workaround in place.
Thank you for the explanation. I pulled my motion. Let's vote on it today.
Thank you.
The motion is, the motion to hold over is withdrawn. We're back to the established consent agenda with the clarification that, as written in the resolution, the total amount of procurement for item H is $2,376,736.37.
Okay. Includes an additional 212, is that it? In the
It is all in the resolution as written.
Okay. We have that number now. Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda that the omnibus that we're approving. Okay, all those items.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnaworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the next one that we pulled was item B, an ordinance amending the Waukegan Code of Ordinances regarding the Waukegan Municipal Beach. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on October 16th, 2023. Alderman Guzman, you had a question to that?
Actually, I did, but I don't see the department head here any longer, so I'd like to hold it over to the next meeting to ask her questions.
Okay, is it a question that could be answered by either legal counsel or the committee that had it?
Well, I was going to quote her about certain things So I'm going to have to hold it over till she comes in next meeting.
Mayor, if I could, the department head was here earlier. She was at the podium for several minutes. She answered all questions that were posed. She makes herself available at all times. The agenda's been published for quite some time now. Let's vote on this. Why would we hold this over? This is exactly what everybody said here tonight. It's a waste of time.
Because I tried to
She
ask.
was here, she answered all the questions. And it's unprofessional to call her out for not being here. She was here earlier. She made herself available like she always does. Can we just exercise a little bit of civility?
Well, I was here during that committee, and I was going to ask questions, and I was not allowed to. And I am allowed to, as a sitting alderman, elected official, to ask questions. So this will be held over until next meeting, until she is here.
I want to say also that he did ask, you know, it would have been fine, and they told him to wait. So, which I would have let him ask at that moment, but it wasn't. Now we're here.
Who ran the committee?
I did. So, if I may I? Thank you. So, the mayor appoints aldermen to a committee to deliberate on specific items. Alderman Guzman is not a member of the committee, and I think it's inappropriate to just allow everyone to participate in the committee deliberations. Alderman Guzman, every other alderman, every other citizen has an opportunity to speak and ask questions at audience time at the beginning of that committee meeting. Now, other chairs of various committees allow anyone to participate in their committees. I don't. Occasionally, on a rare occasion, I may allow it, make an exception, but as a general rule, is my thought, and a committee of aldermen is established for a specific reason. The mayor chose who she wanted to address those types of issues, and so in my chairmanship, it was my decision not to allow everybody to speak at the committee. He's very welcome to talk to a department head after the committee meeting, before the committee meeting, et cetera, but it's not a necessity. It's just, I don't think it's appropriate. So that's why I made the decision not to allow Alderman Guzman to speak and ask questions at the committee meeting. Thank you very much.
I totally agree with Alderman Turner. To move along a committee, it must keep going with the committee members. Okay? Then it comes to full council. Then the council members, each one has the opportunity to ask questions, because there is a time limit to every single committee to get the council started at a certain time. So I agree with Alderman Turner. So when there's an agenda for a certain department head, the department head should be here until their whatever they ask for is done.
Mayor,
Yes.
you know, to expedite time, and no disrespect to my peers, when we sit in this seat, it is our responsibility to call our department heads if we have a question, and to spend time with them, and they have been well cooperative, whether it's our public works or whatever. So I think we need to take the responsibility before we get up here to sit down with our departments if you have a question, and that would help us expedite our time, especially if you want to be informed about something. And I make it a practice, no disrespect to our mayor or anyone else, but Chief George Bridges, no, I call my departments, and I directly communicate with them, as well as him, as well as the mayor. She's made herself available. So please allow us to expedite our time and move on.
You're not supposed to be talking to city employees, according to the mayor. That's her policy, right?
I've been told you can talk to department heads, you can't talk to individual staff members.
Know the difference.
Yeah, so that department heads know when you're dictating something to their staff, that they're aware of it.
Can I just say something quickly? So I realize that according to the rules, if you're not on the committee, you're not supposed to ask questions. I understand it's a time constraint, whatever. Frankly, what happens in our committees Doesn't matter in the long run because everything comes to council anyway. But we have always, most of us, have always given each individual alderman the personal, professional courtesy of allowing them to ask questions in a committee, whether they're a member or not. And I think it's a basic, decent human thing to do, to recognize we all represent different parts of the city, and even though we're not on a particular committee, we may have a specific question that we may not have thought to ask before the committee, Alderman Bolton, to your point, and stuff comes up and you think, oh, I didn't think to ask that. I think it's just a professional courtesy to allow any sitting alderman to ask a question during a committee.
We're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead and hold that over. What I will say is we have aldermanic briefings. You get a package. Please reach out. That is your job as an alderman, to come here so you've already had your questions answered.
Mayor.
But we will hold this over until the next meeting, and it will be voted on then. Chief Bridges.
Mayor, council, just a point of clarification. Coordinator May is not a department head. She makes herself available all the time. She took the time to write this report early to get it to you as soon as possible. She was here earlier after hours, which she normally works many hours and on the weekends, but she is not a department head. That's the reason why she is not here.
So who's her department head?
She reports directly to the mayor's office. You have a wealth of leadership here. We do not want to hold things for an extended period of time because your agendas get very, very full. Is there a question that we could answer for you that would move this along? We can definitely do that now, but as the mayor stated, if you want to hold this
Actually,
over.
she works very closely with the Director of Planning and Zoning, so I'm pretty sure Noel can answer your question. Would you like to come up, Noel, and see if...
I'd be glad to hear the question, and between Chief Bridges and the police folks who are here and myself would be glad to try to answer if we have the information.
I'll wait till Coordinator May is here because I want to quote her on her, what she said. Thank you.
Okay. We will hold this over. Item C, can I have a first and a second to this?
First.
First is Alderman Donenworth, a second. Who's the second?
I'll second.
Alderman Florian. A resolution authorizing the renewal of employee benefits agreement and the execution of retiree benefits agreements for calendar year 2024. This matter was presented to the Government Operations and Oversight Committee on October 16th, 2023. Questions, Alderman Guzman?
Okay, I need to understand this. What is the renewal of employee benefits agreements and execution of retiree benefits? What is it?
So these are the employee benefits that the employees have for their insurance, their health insurance, dental, vision, and life insurance. And then the employee retiree program is a different program that we offer to over 65 people, retirees. So we pull them off the regular Blue Cross plan, put them on a plan that has Medicare built into it. It's lower cost and price for them and also better benefits. So every year, these benefits renew on January 1st. So we go out to the market, make sure that we're getting the most competitive plan that you can possibly get for medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. We go out to every market that's available in the state of Illinois for the city of Waukegan that would make sense for your employees.
So does that mean that retirees still get insurance from us and everything? I didn't realize that. That's
Yeah,
why I'm
so
asking.
over 60, the retiree program is for over 65 retirees. The over 65 retirees are offered benefits. However, they pay for it out of their own pocket.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yes, sir.
And you went over the presentation and automatic briefings from them the other day, so that's what this was. That was presented to you on Thursday with all the information in the packet of where the benefits stood, we're keeping the same benefits as we had last year, and we've negotiated a good rate on those. So, but that's what was presented on Thursday.
I didn't make it to the alderman briefing. I just watched the video. I'm going to comment on that because you guys do a great job on those recordings.
Thank you, sir. And if there's any questions, please let us know. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
So we've got a first and a second on this. I believe that was Donenworth and Florian? Yes. Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Alderman Newsom, I'm going to start a coughing attack. Can you read item E for me? Thank you.
Ordinance E, ordinance creating a Class E restaurant liquor license for Riviera Nayarit Seafood Corporation located at 2670 Belvedere Road. This matter was presented to the Community Development Committee on October 2nd, 2023.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Just for the record, Alderman Guzman is recusing himself, as he does from all liquor license decisions.
Yes, and the reason is because he has a liquor license. Any questions to the motion?
I need the first and the second.
Turner and Donowitz.
Yep. Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman's gone. Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I want to say congratulations. If you have not been to their restaurant, it is the cutest place ever. Please visit.
Congratulations, folks.
Congratulations.
We got item K yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, K, yes. Can I have a first and a second?
I second.
Okay, first was Alderman Martinez, second was who?
Alderman Bolton.
Who was the other one that?
Alderman Bolton.
I'm sorry. Alderman Guzman, was this one of yours that you had a question to?
Yes. Okay, so when Jesus was up there, he mentioned 4 streets, but I only heard 2. Something about redone or something like that?
Yes, so you talking about item K on the agenda?
Yes.
Or is this item L? This is for the bridge. Okay, but his question is for the resurfacing.
Phase 2, design engineering for Greenwood Bridge.
Correct.
That's just, so is that our 20% and then presented to IDOT for their 80%?
That is correct. So we have to first authorize the whole spending amount of $345. Subsequently, when we set the bills, our consultant will set the reimbursement forms to IDOT, and we'll receive 80% back.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure everybody, that we're only paying 20% of this, not the full amount.
That is correct, Alderman.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to the motion? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There being no ordinances or reports in communication, Alderman time.
Alderman Felix.
Thank you. Just want to go over a few things over the weekend. I attended there was a From Hood to Table Garden Kisses. It was an urban fundraiser with Geoffrey, and just wanted to make sure that I give kudos to him. It was a great event, He went over how to, the process of composting. It's great to have something like that in our community. I welcome everyone to look him up, Geoffrey, and I'll be posting it on the social medias as well, sharing his information. It's good to have these individuals in the community creating these events. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce event. It was a great event. We got to talk to a lot of business owners and what their concerns were. Some in the downtown. I do suggest to join the Chamber of Commerce if you're in the downtown area. For the most part, they talk about how to improve or processes, or they have a network of people that can help each other out. That be with lawyers to help the businesses. Also, people looking for new businesses or new locations, they also help out with that. I have referred already a lot of people. And for the most part, we can conversate and take in ideas on how we can work better in our downtown. So it was a good event. And also, we're planning a cleanup on the 29th. It's on a Sunday. We're looking like 12 to 3, around there. Please reach out to me if you guys are interested. It's going to be in the 4th Ward. We're wanting to map out a plan and have a few people target certain areas that need the cleanup. So please reach out to me. And I do want to bring up the the conflicts that are going on around the world. More than anything, right now we need to be more as a community working together. We might not agree on everything, but we can always work together and at least talk about a solution. For the most part, I've noticed once we communicate, we all are in agreement. We all come to a solution. It's the fact that our people are not wanting to communicate. It's a different issue. But I just want to make sure, I just want to say my condolences to all those who are suffering or those who are going through a hard time with what's going on in the world. And I talk to your kids, your family, also let them know, because they only go off of what they see in social media. We want to make sure we educate them as to, that we're here, we're us as a country, as a nation here, we're here to work well together. Also, parking downtown, it is an issue. I did speak to Chief Navarro about that issue and why they're enforcing it now. Not that everything is set in stone. That is an ordinance that we're gonna enforce, but it doesn't mean that we can always see what the outcome of this enforcing it is, and then we can make adjustments. But that's the first step. Utilize what we have already, and then if we are going to do anything, then we'll make those adjustments. Always, Carlos, thank you for always coming out and letting us know what your concerns are. Again, Chamber of Commerce is a good resource because, there's a lot of good people that are wanting to help out businesses. And, you're a new business owner. There's a lot of older business owners there that are also have their wisdom. Of course, you're the new guy. You have the new ideas or whatever. But Chamber of Commerce is always a good resource to back you up as well. And they're here in our City Hall. And that's pretty much it. And I do want to comment on, it is disrespectful, smiling but I don't smile that it's funny. It's fun. It's interesting that someone comes up here and talks about having facts or whatnot, and then spreading rumors. I will say, I don't know why. Just like the mayor said in the beginning, there's like rumors. There's a rumor that I'm running for a city clerk. That is not true, and I don't even understand why people are wasting their time spreading that rumor. Like, who does it help? You know what I mean? So I would look to see who does it help, and then look there. But I'm not running for anything else. I love what I'm doing now. I don't see no point of me running for city clerk. I mean, it's not something that I want to do. So I just want to make sure that when you guys are seeing things online, to just keep in mind this. Verify. Call me. Talk to me. I can verify the facts, the actual facts, and also be aware these accounts that are spreading in misinformation. It's like accounts that have one picture. They haven't been active for years. So come on, guys. We reach out to the city. Reach out to the finance department. our budget is there. Most of the stuff that we're approving for here right now is budgeted for. So we're on budget. We're doing good. But the information is there. Look up the budget and call our finance department if you have questions. The information is there. But that's pretty much it. Thank you, everyone, for joining today.
Alderman Newsom.
Pass.
Alderman Turner.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me. And thank you, Alderman Felix, for pointing out that you can't put faith in everything you hear or read on the internet, particularly Facebook. A lot of fake accounts have been spun up relatively recently, and they're propagating a lot of misinformation and outright lies. All right, so regards to this veto and approval of salaries and all that such, I just want to point out a curiosity. There's been a lot of banter about that, yet we do approve the appointment of department heads, and we just approved the appointment last meeting of the interim HR director, right? So there, take that for what it's worth. We do approve something, but we can't approve something else. Another thing that is, it's kind of bothered me for a while, but I saw it here recently, and I think it's totally inappropriate, and that is city employees lobbying the aldermen, right? We're, coming to us, giving us their unsolicited opinions, offering us information, and trying to swing our vote in one direction or another. I think it's inappropriate. We are a deliberative body. We listen to and weigh and consider staff recommendations made formally through process. We listen to the mayor, to the chief of staff. We talk with each other. Usually two of us, no more than three of us talk. But anyway, there's a lot of discussion, and then to be approached by a staff member just prior to a committee meeting or just prior to a council meeting or at any point for them to try and sway and persuade us to vote in a particular direction, I think it's inappropriate. Don't do it to me anymore. Got it? Don't do it to me no more. All right, so in the 6th Ward, the mayor did mention the leaf pickup schedule. Again, it starts, I think, this Monday, the 3rd. The 23rd. Thank you. 23rd. And again, as the mayor stated, please do not rake your leaves into the street. Rake them to the curb, but not off the curb. Waste Management still has the contract for leaf pickup for this season, and I'll be coming around with the vacuum. Please take advantage of that. Also, again, we're still cutting grass too. Please don't put your grass clippings into the street. All of that stuff eventually washes down into the storm sewers, and grass in particular is a hazard, a severe hazard for motorcyclists, and yes, we still have people out riding their bikes, okay? Finally, in the 6th Ward and across the city, there's been a rash of burglarized and stolen vehicles, followed by a recent spate of carjackings. I want to encourage everyone again, lock your vehicles. Don't leave valuables in your vehicles. Every day I post those significant incident reports, and it's consistently the police are reporting a number of vehicles being burglarized or stolen, wallets, laptops, guns, any number of valuable items are being stolen from vehicles. Please take care and protect your properties, right? Watch my Facebook Breakfast with the Alderman, and that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Yes, the leaf collection, again, begins on Monday in 7 and 6 too. So make sure you put it out to the street. Don't put it in the street. And also, I have my 7th Ward cleanup at Bowen Park this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's going to be at Greenwood and Sheridan. It's going to be in the top parking lot there. So if you're driving on Sheridan Road or driving on Greenwood, you'll see the dumpsters and the city employees and everything there. And I just had a carjacking 5 houses from my house last week. I didn't hear anybody, but it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was rather shocked. The Lyft drivers, they've mainly been female. They're out at 2 o'clock in the morning alone. It's definitely scary. And, they need to think about, their safety before anything else. But if you come from Zion, you come to Waukegan, you think, it's no big deal. That's not going to happen here. I mean, I drive for Uber every once in a while. I've been out there too. You have to keep your eyes open. I mean, you gotta look ahead. You have to protect yourself. And just like he said, lock your cars. Because if you leave your car open, they're just going to open the door and go in there and take whatever they want. And leave your wallet, leave your charge cards, leave your laptop in the car. What are you guys, nuts? I mean, it's crazy. They come down East Bonnybrook at 4 o'clock in the morning, and they check cars. My camera's gone on a couple times and caught a couple people, outside. Thank God my cars are locked. But you've got to be careful. You have to think out for yourself. You see something, call. You hear something, call. Call the police. Hopefully they catch them, or they're in the area. And basically, stay safe.
Alderman Florian.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say I was able to attend the Safe Place Gala this Saturday out at the Marriott Lincolnshire. It was a great event. They usually host it this time of year because of this being Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And some stories were shared that would bring anyone to, a tear to anyone's eye. But it was a great event, and they raised a lot of money, and hopefully they can help a lot of people that are victims of domestic violence. There was also a trunk or treat event in my ward on Sunday at the Century 21 office at Green Bay and Sunset, and it was very well attended. Actually ran out of candy within an hour, so there were a lot of kids through there. It was a beautiful day, and everyone had a great time, I think. So just a couple little community events that have happened. That's all I have. Thanks.
Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a couple comments about the veto that we didn't have a chance to vote on tonight. Don't know if I'll have a chance to make these comments before next week. I wasn't here for the initial vote. I would encourage everybody to vote no. Do not override the veto. Let's stay in our lane. We're a city council, we're a legislative body. We should not step into a role for which we have no experience and no expertise. We give the mayor the discretion to handle these issues. At one point, it was a consideration for a city manager who would have had that discretion. That was rejected, and people wanted the mayor to have this authority, so it should remain with the mayor. I think if we all just put ourselves in the shoes of the individual that was going to be hired or promoted, imagine if in your job, you were up for a promotion or you were applying for a job, but first you had to be put in front of a TV camera and paraded in front of a body of elected officials to be scrutinized on whether you were worthy of your salary. Is that really what we're going to do? Is that the role that we think we should play? To my knowledge, there isn't any of us up here that possess the expertise to assess the value of an MBA or a master's in public administration or the monetary value of 7 years of experience versus 10 or 15 years of experience. That is not our role. Vote no. It would be unprofessional and frankly undignified to subject somebody to that. And for our purposes, we're having a hard enough time attracting talent to come work for the city and retaining that talent. Now we're going to tell them they got to wait for 2 weeks and they got to come before city council and see if they're worthy of their salary or their promotion. That is a red flag for any serious candidate. And to think that we should have that authority or that power is contrary to what it is people come up here and tell us, to what Ms. Briscoe said this evening. We need to be agile. We need to be decisive. We heard from a professor at NIU today. You need to have clear decision-making abilities and authority. Deciding to hire by committee, there is nothing clear. And based on the last few months, We can't seem to get out of our own way. So to think that we're going to be able to hire top talent, that I'm highly, highly skeptical. Skeptical of that. So it's, as much as I wanted to pass my time tonight, I think it's important that we really think about this before the next vote. And we think about the way that it's worked, and it has worked, and what it is we're proposing. Because it's not just a yay or nay. You have to think about the implications of this for years to come, and the talent that we're going to be able to attract or not attract as a result of that. So please, please consider it. I'd be happy to talk about it with anybody over the next 2 weeks, but I would also encourage you to reach out to your department heads, because you are actually allowed to do that, and talk to them about it. Thank you.
Alderman Bolton.
Yes. First Ward will have their first cleanup for leaves will be November 1st. Then also October 28th between 8 and 12 p.m. on the location 8th and Adams dumpster, where we'll be doing the, as it was mentioned before, the last clean sweep. Oh, one last thing. If you want to reach me, you can reach me at 847-390-2692, or you can reach me on Facebook at First Ward Alderman Dr. Sylvia Bolton.
Alderman Guzman.
Okay, about the veto, and the ordinance that I proposed for city officials and department heads. Okay, so I don't have a problem with the salaries. I have the problem after the salary. Okay, so the department head comes up to the podium, we vote them in at a certain salary. Okay, let's say $1. A month or two later, you could get a bonus of $5. Well, the whole public and the city council still thinks you're making $1. That's where I have the problem at. So I started this motion to fix that. So right now, we start with this motion. In April, we fix the tiers and the steps, and it comes down to transparency to every single body's pay. You don't get a 20% raise, you don't get a 40% raise. You get the raise that is set on the books, and everybody can look at it. Period. So I'm not looking for anything else but that. Okay? And that could be fixed in April, before the next budget. So this is a temporary solution for a long-term problem. And people are not making outrageous salaries. They will know for a fact, the people will know for a fact how much we're spending. That's all I ask for. Money in the bank, so when a situation comes about to be, we already know. I'm very happy to say that besides that, I've never said that they don't do a great job. Okay? They do an amazing job at what they do. And I'm very happy to say Don and his team did a great job coming up with the whole budget and keeping our tax levy at 0. So no increases for the city of Waukegan. Next, I'd like to say what a great success, even though it was raining for our dumpster drive, people still came out. I'm looking into doing a dumpster drive twice a year, once for spring cleanup and one for before winter to get everything ready. Next thing I'd like to say what a great job that Chief Bridges does with alderman briefings and set them up on Teams. I didn't get a chance to be there on Thursday, but I did get a chance to go on Teams and look at the alderman briefing, and the recording was there, so I kind of knew what was coming, but I didn't get the chance, what all their aldermen had, is ask questions at the time. Okay, I'm looking to have a ward meeting. I will be announcing where and when next meeting, so if anybody wants to attend, they can. And that would be next meeting, the date and the time for that. So you can ask questions, and then we can talk about a lot of different stuff that's going on, and go from there. I think that's about it for me. Thank you very much. Have a good.
Alderman Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As far as the salary ordinance, I just want to say that I'm not saying that no one deserves what they're making, but everyone does a great job. I commend them. I mean, they do tremendous work. But the governor of Illinois makes $177,000, which is $15,000 less than some of the employees that we have here, and he gives that salary back. So just consider that also. I mean, there's a lot of money that we're talking about. And many times when we have our closed-door sessions, there's many things you guys don't know of. So we always have to save for a rainy day. We want to make sure that we're conscious and we're mindful to know where that money's going. But I commend each and every of the department heads. I think I said that over and over and again in my emails and my calls. So it's not a question of you not being deserving, but right now, there's so many things going on that we really need to address, and we need to be more conscious of that. So, with that being said, I just have a couple things here. Now, last week I had the honor to attend the Edwin Montano Scholarship Banquet at the Puerto Rican Society. That was last Saturday. The Puerto Rican Society is it's for profit, but they have over 59 amazing years giving away scholarship funds. In total, $13 million they have raised. It was a great evening. I congratulate the many well-deserved recipients that were there, and so I wish them all luck. And then also last week, and I also had the privilege of attending the Amano Hispanic Heritage Celebration Gala. It was a great event. It was held in Mundelein. This not-for-profit agency, whose mission is to empower and assist immigrant families to become self-sufficient and assure that they have access to opportunities and pathways to success. So it was a great evening. The food was amazing. The company was great. In all, excuse me, can I? Okay. I mean, in all, it has been an amazing Hispanic Heritage Month. I give special thanks to many organizations and people who have held banquets or expos and numerous receptions, highlighting our culture and our rich history, and the many contributions we continue to share with the world. Also, I'm kind of disappointed tonight that we keep putting aside the noise ordinance. I'm hoping that we can finally vote on this thing here. I mean, hopefully on the 19th. I mean, this is going on forever. You know, my constituents want to know what's going on with that. I even promised them that, hey, maybe today we're able to discuss it and vote on it. So we really need to consider that as soon as possible, or whenever we can get that ready.
The amendments to the noise ordinance are on the agenda for the committee of the whole on Thursday.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
After the alderman's done, I can do a quick description of what's going to happen on Thursday.
Okay, and then also, I'll finish up right here. Just want to give another special thanks for everyone who was here in attendance to commemorate a great humanitarian who unselfishly provided and nurtured and mentored so many children, many who were at-risk teens, and who embraced his guidance and values, and who now are, you know, you've seen evidence of the impact that Mr. Miguel Angel Albron contributed to our society and to the people of Waukegan. So I just want to thank everyone. Special thanks to Mr. David Motley, who helped me. You know, I had a brainstorming. I wanted to do something special for him. You were there. Thank you, Mayor, for also taking care of that for me. But I don't think I would have been successful without your help. And I want to commend each and every one of you guys for that. And I'm sure he was very appreciative. So, all right. And then also, quickly here, small business meeting in the works. We are making progress. It looks, and I know I kind of talked about it before, looking at the third week of November to get a small business committee together. I will be patronizing as many businesses that I can muster it up. So please look out for that. I will have more information as far as where and when, but so far I do have over 8 businesses, and they're all welcoming, and they all are waiting to get this committee together. As you know, we are dealing with a lot of homelessness in Waukegan, especially on Grand Avenue, so that's something big that I also want to keep tackling. Hopefully we can get something going there. But in any case, I will keep you guys informed on when the meeting is going to be held, but it is going to be held on the third week of November. All righty, let me see here, one more thing here. Oh, okay, daylight savings time, don't forget November 5th. Move forward, we go back. So please ensure that you are setting your clocks on that date, an hour back before you retire. Please be very careful as you drive. As you know now, it does get a little bit darker, and there's a lot of students that are walking to and from school, so please be very mindful. Please exercise safety. And if you need to get a hold of me, you can call me at 847-390-2689. And I will say that in Spanish. Si necesitas contactarme, por favor me llamas al 847-390-2689. And let me see, yes, that's all I got. Okay, that's all I got. So please be safe. Please be mindful. And please be a great neighbor. Everyone be safe. Have a good night.
Okay. I just want to say a couple things. One, I don't want our employees compared to Governor Pritzker because he is a multimillionaire and not trying to make ends meet like a lot of our staff is. I will say, even with myself, I have not fought for a higher pay raise for myself. If I were in corporate America for the size corporation like the city of Waukegan that I run, I would easily be making $250,000 a year. I make $128,000 a year, not only for my job as the city of Waukegan, but as the liquor commissioner. I am not asking for more money for myself because I feel like I knew what I was doing when I came into this job and what it offered. But I also realize that other people may not be in that position, and I don't want my staff in that position. There are many single parents that are paying their bills and are not in the position that they can just give their time away, especially when they can go in other places and work for that. So I just want to be very mindful of that because that can be very disrespectful to staff. I do want to remind people that we are having our Committee of the Whole, like I mentioned earlier, this Thursday from 6 to 9. There will be quite a few things on there. We will get as many done as we possibly can. Some of them will go to council on November 6th. Others will die if they don't have the votes. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. Again, it is going to run for 3 hours. And about 40 minutes of that will be open for audience time. And the rest will be discussion, and how long aldermen discuss will affect how many ordinances or anything we get passed. So I can't tell you how many that will be, but that's the plan. Corporation Counsel, anything that you want to add to that?
You summed up and took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay.
Can we tell the people what time and address?
It's from 6 to 9, and it's right here at City Hall in the chambers here. And again, I want to make sure that audience time that night, they understand it is not audience time for everybody to come. It is specific to those things on that agenda because it is a committee meeting. It is not a city council meeting. With that being said, yes. Oh, yes, we want to have the aldermen stay and staff, we want to do a picture with the strategic planning committee or the strategic planning people. So if you can stay right afterwards, we'll do that quickly. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Who said the
Second.
motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Alderman Turner and Hayes was second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Have a great
Opposed?
evening. See you
Aye.
Thursday.